school committee actually convened at 6:15 and was in an executive session. I do want to reiterate something I said before we moved into the executive session, that there was clearly miscommunication with our colleagues from the Northampton Association of School Employees about what matters we would have time to take up in this brief 30-minute section of executive session, and what would be carried over to the posted 9:30 session of the executive session. And for that, I apologize about that miscommunication. So we will now move into the public comment period of the school committee. This is an opportunity for members of the public to offer comment. I ask you to use the raise hand function to do so. And I will call upon folks in the order that your hands are raised, and you will be just be unmuted and asked to state your name and address for the record. And I will keep a 3-minute timer. We ask folks to stay within 3 minutes so that everyone has a full opportunity to speak. So looking at the participant list, the first person who has their hand.
There's something going on. What is the option if you don't have a hand raise function when there's no messaging? So if you don't have a hand raise function, how do you speak up?
Are you on a phone or are you on a computer?
I'm on a computer. I don't know why it's not showing up, but it's not.
They moved it when they updated the software. So you might see down along the center of the screen reactions. And so if you click on reactions, they once we all learned Zoom, they decided to change it on us. So they moved the hand raise to reactions. So you may find it there.
Thank you.
Okay. So the first person whose hand is raised is Rachel Baker. Rachel, if you could unmute and state your name and where you live for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rachel Baker. I live at 14 Evergreen Road in Leeds. So we're a Leeds family. And I apologize if you hear my family in the background. I also apologize. I'm going to talk about COVID. And I know how this works. I know it's not on the agenda tonight. And I also know that there are a lot of hands going up probably to talk about the after school program, which is on the agenda. But this is the last meeting before school starts. And I have some things that I really want to be heard. And this feels like a time where parents can be heard. So here I am. And also, I want to acknowledge that with COVID, I know that everything is about being between a rock and a hard place, and there's no right answer. I also know that we as parents haven't really gotten information about when the protocols might switch from phase 2 to phase 1 or phase 3. So I'm going to be talking about phase 2, assuming that school is going to start in a few weeks in phase 2. I think somebody is maybe unmuted. Heads up. I'm going to read a little something so I don't get off track and go over time. And I actually want to start by saying I've been really impressed by some of the calls that superintendent, provost, and the school committee have made. For example, last spring when DESE decided that masks weren't going to be required at recess, NPS decided to continue requiring them. But now we have our unvaccinated elementary schoolers who'll be playing hand in hand, face to face on the playground for extended periods of time with no masks in phase 2. The 7-day case average in Hampshire County today is 12. It was 12 on May 20th. When we were requiring masks at recess. There wasn't the fear then of the Delta variant, well, not so much anyway, which is more contagious and carries a higher viral load, facilitating outdoor transmission. So it leaves me wondering what's changed. I know we're all sick and tired of this, but we can't make our decisions based on how sick and tired we are of things, right? We're adults. And this is not a situation where I can just say to my own kids, hey, okay, you wear your masks at recess, because we all know that what protects them is the other kids wearing their masks. NPS made another great call back in May. DESE amended the contact tracing protocols, saying you had to be within 3 feet to be a close contact. NPS used science, logic, and the clear definition of close contact to make the call that they would not be changing their protocols. In fact, an email from Superintendent Provost stated that not quarantining those who have had exposure to the virus increases the risk for transmission both within the schools and outside of the schools. A high transmission event within the school would be far more disruptive to learning and could pose a significant health threat to our schools and our community. Again, I ask, What has changed? Now, unvaccinated children with this more contagious Delta variant can be within 3 feet and labeled a close contact, but can still remain in school with the test and stay program. The CDC recommends waiting to test until days 3 through 5 after exposure because tests aren't as accurate on days 1 and 2. So a child could be exposed, remain in school, test negative on days 1, 2, even 3, and continue to spread COVID, including unmasked on the playground. The CDC also still recommends quarantining. Their website currently still reads that you should quarantine if you have been in close contact within 6 feet of someone for a cumulative total of 15 minutes, et cetera, unless you've been fully vaccinated. Our elementary schoolers are not even partially vaccinated.
So Rachel,
Again,
you're at 3 minutes, so I
okay.
kind of need you to kind of finish your sentence, and just because we have a lot of people.
Yep, that's it. That's just wondering about the logic behind it, what's changed, and if we as parents might know a little bit about the metrics, what sends us through the different phases. But that's it. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. So the next person whose hand is raised is Jonathan Brody. Jonathan, if you can unmute and tell us your name and where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jonathan Brody, William Street, Bridge Street School parent. Just want to speak from a place of gratitude and hope for you all this evening. The gratitude is for the important first step that you all took in enhancing the DIP and making the goals and objectives more specific and measurable and time related, making this a meaningful document for the next few years for the district. And this is critical due to the historic, significant, and persistent inequities that exist within the district, certainly between the elementary schools, with Bridge Street School suffering the most year after year after year after year, and I could go on. But particularly with the underperformance of the junior high, and then disparities of performance and experience with certain demographic groups, our students of color, our students from different ethnic and language backgrounds, our students from different neuro backgrounds, and our students that are economically disadvantaged. These inequities persist. So my hope is that that conversation to continue to develop the DIP into a meaningful document that can guide all of us towards greater equity across the district, to enhance the education for all students, and to really advance Northampton Public Schools in the way that all students deserve. So that is my hope. I think some of you all heard my excitement last time. I was unmuted by accident. My apologies.
What?
I will hopefully be cheering from home as you all continue this and continue to develop
Public comment.
So that it can be that meaningful document to guide us and guide our families, guide our students into the future. So thank you all very, very, very much, and appreciate it.
Thank you, Jonathan, for those comments. The next person whose hand is raised is Nedra Shield. If you can unmute and tell us your name and where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Nedra Shield. This is my first school committee meeting, so I hope I'm doing this right. I live on Lake Street in Florence, and I'm attending this because of the issue of the before and after school care program. And I think there's been a lot of rumors swirling about what's on the table and what's happening. So I wanted to make my voice heard. I have 2 kiddos who attend Leeds Elementary School, and I wanted to express my strong opinion here tonight that Leeds be allowed to keep its before and after school care program. This program was created before my time at Leeds. However, I've been proud to send my kids to a school that put in hard work, time, investment into creating an affordable, flexible, and safe after school care program. It's a program that I had especially hoped to use this coming year with the changes in school time. From what I've seen in my 3 years at Leeds, is that the school has a strong commitment to pushing for the issue of equity. I've seen this personally more recently in the creation of the Leeds Equity and Inclusion Committee, but I also know we have a hardworking group of parents, staff, school council, and administrators who have increasingly been open to looking at issues of equity. That being said, I think that what's gone wrong with this issue is it seems like the solution to the problem, and I do think it's a problem that Jackson Street School, Bridge Street School, and Ryan Road School seem to not have an affordable or as flexible of a program. But it seems that the solution to this problem has been to threaten to take our program away, which is not equity and only ends up hurting our families and students who need the program the most. I absolutely think that all of the elementary schools should have affordable before and after school care. And I urge the school committee to work to find creative short-term and long-term solutions so that Leeds can keep its current program and so that the other schools get whatever support they need so that they can offer affordable care to their students and families. I urge the school committee to help the other schools work towards a long-term solution, possibly looking like something that Leeds has. Speaking for myself, I can imagine that the staff at Leeds would be happy to talk with other schools about how this program was created. But I think that we work best as a school community and as a town when we are working together, helping each other, pushing for equity, rather than taking things away from a school and calling that fairness. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments, Nedra. The next person who is signed up is Martha Nathan. Marty, go ahead and unmute Marty, and you let us know where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My fingers are slow. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm Marty Nathan. I'm a retired family physician who lives on Massasoit Street in Northampton. I would like to talk about the proposal to stop using pesticides on school grounds and speak to support it. Northampton passed an ordinance in December 2019 to eliminate pesticides where children play. It says specifically 4 years from the date of the ratification of this ordinance, the use of pesticides on parks, playing fields, and playgrounds owned by the city of Northampton will be prohibited. Our elected officials passed this with substantial input from experts and from the community. However, the school district does not fall within the city ordinance. Tonight, I urge the school committee to adopt the city ordinance for school grounds. Pesticides have severe long-term costs for both health and the environment. The risks associated with exposing our youth on school grounds are real. The American Association of Pediatrics states that, quotes, epidemiologic evidence demonstrates associations between early life exposure to pesticides and pediatric cancers, decreased cognitive function, and behavioral problems, including ADHD. Research shows that even low levels of pesticide exposure can affect young children's neurological and behavioral development. There is so much work that has been done on this, and much of it was reviewed during the passage of the city municipal ordinance. The city decided on the basis of that it must stop taking the risk of pesticide exposure to children in parks. Now it's time to apply that to the schools. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Marty. Again, I would remind folks to please mute yourselves during the meeting. So the next person whose hand is signed up is Allison Spencer Bunch. Allison, if you can unmute and give us your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Allison Spencer Bunch. I'm in Ward 5. This statement that I'm about to read was prepared by the following educators from JFK Middle School: Hallie Novak, pronouns she, her; Maritha Wallace, pronouns she, her; Kels Toy, pronouns they, them; Sharon Deal, pronouns she, her; Emma Martin, pronouns she, her and they, them; and me, Allison Spencer Bunch, pronouns she, her. We are glad the district is including training on non-binary gender identities as part of our opening PD this year. However, we have some questions and concerns about the upcoming gender binary training workshop on August 31st. Our concerns are as follows. Our first question is in regards to the facilitators of the training, who, based on our research and the best of our knowledge, appear to be cisgendered white women. Teaching a training on gender and pronouns must be guided by the voices of trans and non-binary folks and center intersections with race. It would be greatly strengthened by the writers and presenters of the content representing diverse identities. If we're going to model equity and inclusion for our students, we must first experience it ourselves. We request more information about how the training will center transgender and non-binary voices, voices of the global majority, and include diverse presenters. Our second concern is in regards to the audience who will not be receiving this training. As the schedule currently reads, ESPs will be receiving this training while teachers are in a different training. Understanding and affirming student identities is critical for all members of our community. We request that the schedule be amended to add a separate time for teachers to also receive this information. Our third concern is in regards to protecting members of the non-binary and trans community during this training. As a non-binary or trans identifying person, attending a training where learners are pushing against their own transphobia may be triggering and painful. These members of our community need to have a safe space where they can choose to take care of themselves while this important work is done. We request that this space be provided at the time of the training to protect members of our community. This is important work, crucial work in pursuing a community of equity and inclusion. To that end, we must plan carefully and utilize resources inside and outside of our district to center BIPOC, AAPI, trans and non-binary voices in training all of our staff. Signed, Hallie Novak, Maritha Wallace, Kels Toy, Sharon Deal, Emma Martin, and Allison Spencer Bunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised has the first name Darcy. Darcy, if you can unmute and let us know your name and where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Darcy Sweeney. I live at 31 Lexington Avenue in Florence. I'm here tonight to urge the school committee to accomplish 2 things this evening. First, vote to eliminate the use of all toxic pesticides on school grounds, and the process of transitioning should start immediately. As Marty Nathan just said, you will be following the city's inspiring example when it passed the 2019 ordinance keeping children safe from pesticides, which declared that all city-owned playing fields, playgrounds, and so on would be organically managed. Second, I ask you to vote to endorse the School Children Pesticide Protection Act, H926, which would ban the use of toxic pesticides on school grounds. By voting to endorse this bill, you will be helping to protect children from across the Commonwealth from the harmful effects of toxic pesticides. Please join other communities and organizations that are saying no to toxic pesticides and no to the chemical corporations that have been foisting toxins onto us for the past 70 years with no concern about the consequences to human or environmental health. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next person whose hand is raised is Liz B.
Hi, my name is Liz. Hi, my name is Liz Burnworth. I live in Leeds and I'm the parent of a rising 5th grader at Leeds. I'm speaking today in support of the Leeds School Late Bird program. My child has participated in the Leeds After School program since kindergarten. The Leeds After School program strongly supports children's social and emotional development as well as academic growth. Beginning in kindergarten, my child was in the Leeds After School program with the ESP who was also in the classroom. This allowed my child and me to connect with and develop a relationship with that ESP that has flourished throughout our entire time at Leeds School. Research shows that having a connection with one safe and supportive adult greatly benefits children And at Leeds, children are fortunate to have connections with the Leeds after-school staff who are also part of their academic day. If a child had a difficult day because of a math assessment or an interaction with a peer at lunch recess, these things could easily carry over to after school. Having staff who are connected to the school, familiar with the issues happening in classrooms, and knowledgeable about how to intervene with specific children greatly enhances children's academic and after-school experiences. Additionally, the change in school hours means that elementary school children needing after-school care will potentially be in care for an additional hour. The Leeds After School program has been planning to structure that time with homework help, recreational time, and more structured activities. Having staff who are present in the classrooms at the after-school program to guide homework help will enhance the children's learning. The change in school hours also places an additional financial burden on families needing after-school care. I'm a solo parent working full-time for a nonprofit in Northampton. I will need 3 hours of after-school care daily. As a middle-income family, we are not eligible for scholarships or childcare vouchers, and we do not have any disposable income. We live on a strict budget. A switch to the YMCA program, which costs nearly twice as much without the flexibility of scheduling, will create a financial crisis for my family. Families at the other 3 elementary schools should have access to a program modeled after the Leeds program, which offers social emotional learning, academic support, affordability, and flexibility. I strongly urge the school committee to maintain and support the Leeds Late Bird and Early Bird programs, and to use the program at Leeds as a model from which to develop programs at the other 3 elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next person whose hand is raised is also Liz B. Liz, go ahead and you can unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm also Liz. I'm also Liz B. I'm also a Leeds parent. I have a rising 2nd grader. Like a lot of parents with young children, I am exhausted by the instability of my access to childcare over the past 18 months. I don't think that my children and I are unusual in that we need stability in this right now. The idea that the late bird coordinator might not get approved when school starts in less than 3 weeks is exhausting. And I would ask the school committee to take a different approach to huge decisions in the future. Parents are in this position where we're having this last minute conversation about what the after school program offerings are, because the school committee chose to shove the start time decision through in the midst of the pandemic without any regard for the problems that it might cause. The school committee made no effort to discuss mitigating these impacts on families or to even communicate to families that this conversation was happening. If you weren't already in the district in the school year that started in 2018, you had never been polled about this. You didn't necessarily know. I understand that there are people who have kids in college and high school who feel like this conversation has been happening forever, but a lot of people didn't know it was happening. And I think as a general rule, if you have questions about a program at another school, please reach out to the admin or the PTO. Context is really important in these conversations, and I think that context can make these conversations so much more productive. With regard to Late Bird, it's an amazing program. I can reiterate everything that Liz Burnsworth said. I'm incredibly grateful to have a school community that has historically really valued accessible after school. And I agree with everything she said about having ESPs working that program absolutely enhances the kids' experience. And I hope that over time, something could be built up at the other schools. I hope that people understand that Late Bird is something that's been happening for 15 or 20 years, and it took a lot of time and work for it to get to where it is now. And it's not something that can be built overnight. And it's also not something that should be torn down overnight. I asked the school committee to approve the Late Bird coordinator and to be mindful of the need to have these conversations. And as we talk about the importance of equity, this is an issue that the discrepancies between the cost of Late Bird and the YMCA.
One second, so don't be walking around, okay?
Um,
Like, really, no. But I'm next.
Existed the difference in the cost of childcare at the elementary schools existed before the pandemic. And I think that it would be productive for us to do some self-reflection about why we're only having this conversation now and what other areas amongst the schools we might need to be thoughtful about where programs and things can be modeled in a way that improves equity. I think that in Northampton, families that don't qualify for free and reduced lunch but aren't making six figures often really fall through the cracks. But it's a lot of families, at least at Leeds, it's a lot of families.
That's
And
time, Liz. That's
I
3
just
minutes.
hope that we can be thoughtful about these decisions and mindful about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person who signed up is Carol Horowitz. Carol?
Hi, yes, I'm Carol Horowitz. I live on Emerson Way in Florence, and I'm going to talk about two items that are on your agenda tonight. First, I want to urge you to endorse H926, a bill that will protect school children in both private and public schools from exposure to toxic pesticides. Under current Massachusetts law, schools are only limited from using pesticides that the EPA has classified as likely or probable human carcinogens. In other words, schools are allowed to use a toxic array of other pesticides, including glyphosate, which unfortunately EPA has not classified as a carcinogen, even though many other countries have banned it. As Marty Nathan has already said, children are especially vulnerable to toxic pesticides. They absorb more pesticides relative to their body weight than adults, and their organs are still developing, and they're less able to detoxify harmful chemicals. And I won't repeat everything about the American Academy of Pediatrics, but I think it's well established that pediatricians and others concerned with children's health don't think that children should be exposed to pesticides. The bill has 36 co-sponsors, and that includes our own delegation, Senator Comerford and Representative Sabadosa. The Northampton Association of School Employees has endorsed it, and last week the Cambridge School Committee endorsed this bill. We're counting on school committees, boards of health, school employee unions, pediatricians, and everyone concerned with or responsible for children's health to help us pass this bill this legislative session. And the second and related item on the agenda is that you will be voting on whether to adopt the City of Northampton's 2019 ordinance, Keeping Children Safe from Pesticides. After Northampton adopted this ordinance, all municipal lands were converted to organic land management, which I think is really wonderful. But the school committee didn't adopt the ordinance. It is commendable that even without adopting the ordinance, the school department has dramatically cut back on pesticide use, but my understanding is that pesticides are still used on the many acres of the high school playing fields. I believe most parents and maybe school employees would be shocked to know this. They trust that the schools are safe places for children and adults. Enacting this ordinance now will fulfill that trust and be consistent with endorsement of H926. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Elizabeth Zuckerman. Elizabeth, you can go ahead and unmute and let us know your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Zuckerman. I live at 295 Locust Street, and I am a Leeds and Jackson Street. Actually, I will be at this year Bridge and Jackson Street parent. Apologies for what will likely be interruptions. This one is a quick one, I think, and I apologize if the committee has previously addressed this summer. I just wanted to make a bid for pool COVID testing this year to be opt out rather than opt in. I did ultimately enroll my children in the pool testing last spring. I was a big proponent of both a lot of caution and also a lot of in-person schooling. But even though I was such a big proponent of taking measures like pool testing, I almost missed it. It wasn't very well advertised, was my opinion. And on top of that, last year was, as you all know, so overwhelming for parents that even the simple act of filling out a form was almost one thing I couldn't get to. I think in my daughter's class of 15 or so children, she was one of 2 children who enrolled. And I have to assume that that is not because people didn't care about it or think it was valuable, but just it was one thing they couldn't get to. So I would encourage you this year to make the program effective by making it opt out rather than opt in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. The next person who is signed up is Maritha Wallace. Maritha, you can go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to talk, I wanted to say thank you for allowing JFK and the high school to actually have late buses. I am very appreciative of that. Thank you so much. We have been fighting for that for a very long time. I would like to bring a concern from staff members of JFK who don't necessarily, they need childcare. And while childcare is being looked at primarily for the elementary schools, teachers have childcare needs as well. And the reason why I'm bringing this thing up, because I remember full well as a parent of four small children, I was blessed enough to have a village who helped take care of them in the morning before I went to college, helped take care of them while I studied for my classes, and I worked a part-time job. So I want to try to throw all the plates up in the air and catch them with equity and honesty and transparency, because all of us are in this together, and cutting off of one program does not benefit anyone actually. And it's not equitable for students of color who can't get to the school where the after school program is. And I think there needs to be a way that that we either have small places in each elementary school, as well as the middle school, middle school for staff, so that we can be fair and equitable to everyone. And I think that because childcare is really important now, especially in the age of COVID, who is with them is also important, as was mentioned before, with ESPs staffing and running and helping in these areas. I just hope that we can be equitable to everyone and not just either those that can pay, because some of us who look like me cannot pay. We don't have a way to have someone take care of our kids before and after school. And for teachers we need to be equitable to our teachers as well, because they have small children and they are doing a very difficult job. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Kristen Elde, or Eld, sorry. Kristen?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Elde. Thanks. And thanks to everyone who's spoken. So I'm here to share a comment on behalf of the coordinating team for REAL, which stands for Racial Equity and Learning, which is a group made up of caregivers, students, teachers, and staff across the district who are committed to working collaboratively across our schools to build an anti-racist district. And here is the statement. Some NPS caregivers have raised concerns about inequitable access to affordable and flexible after-school childcare in the district. In summary, Leeds is currently the only one of the 4 elementary schools that administers its own after-school program, while the other 3 participate in a program run by the Y. While some families love the Y program, the Leeds program is cheaper and more flexible than the Y's, and some families have pointed to this discrepancy and the need for greater affordability and flexibility for families at Jackson Street, Bridge Street, and Ryan Road schools. Currently, there is word circulating that the Leeds program may be canceled in response to these concerns. That in responding to calls for equity, the district may shut down the more flexible and affordable option and have all 4 elementary schools use the Y program. In response, some Leeds families have begun organizing against a potential closure, feeling protective of a program that the Leeds community worked hard to create and update, and that has generally worked well. Real Northampton believes that equity is achieved when all community members are lifted up and all have access to rich resources, not by taking something valuable away from one of our schools, which in the case of the after-school program issue, pits school against school and parent against parent. Given that, Real Northampton urges administrators to work toward equity across the district's after-school programs without dismantling the LEADS program, which is enjoyed by many LEADS families. We urge administrators to think creatively to resolve this issue in a way that leads to increased affordability and flexibility for Jackson Street, Bridge Street, and Ryan Road families, rather than decreased affordability and flexibility for LEADS families. We urge administrators to work toward uniting district families around the common purpose of affordable and flexible before and after school care, which should not be seen as a zero-sum game. We urge administrators to facilitate communication and learning among the 4 elementary school communities such that they can learn from one another and help meet each school's needs. We urge administrators to spend the necessary time to come up with a long-term approach that works for all, which could potentially continue to involve the why, rather than apply a quick fix that leaves more families without the kind of childcare they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next hand raised is Mark Liberatore. Mark?
My name is Mark Liberatore. I live at 24 Maple Street here in friendly Florence. I'd like to start by thanking the committee and other attendees of this meeting. I'll keep it brief. I'm a parent at Leeds. The Leeds aftercare program called Late Bird has been an amazing thing in my children's lives. And I don't know what's on the agenda for sure about what's happening, but from what I've heard tonight so far, I'm a little concerned. I'm going to echo other people and say I urge the school committee to keep the Leeds aftercare program as is. We can all have nice things, and I think we should attempt to pursue those nice things and not do otherwise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Summer Cable. Summer, you can go ahead and unmute and let us know your name and where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Summer Cable, and I live at 541 Riverside Drive. We previously were a Jackson Street family for all 3 of our children, but we recently bought a house in Florence and we're slated to go to Leeds. One of the major factors in our decision to keep our child in the Leeds district rather than using the school choice program was the quality of care that we had received through the YMCA. I know that it works for many people. I know many people enjoy it, but it was a disaster for our family. On the very first day that our our 5-year-old kindergartner was in the program, he very authoritatively told the caregivers that he was not supposed to be there that day, and they let him walk out. And it was just by chance that he ran into one of our other children and was escorted back into the program. And it was a nightmare for me to find out that that was something that could happen. And the response I received from the YMCA was less than stellar. So I understand the issues of equity, and I fully endorse any attempt to bring equity to the district in terms of availability and affordability of childcare. But before any rash decisions are made, I would strongly encourage the district to look at the quality of care the YMCA is providing. Because right now, for 3 schools, they're like Comcast. Many people are unhappy, but we have no other choice. So please, before you dismantle Leeds, really consider what you'll be doing to the rest of the schools. Why would you let a monopoly exist like that when you could encourage school-based diversity, growth, and just general joy? Thank you for everybody who has spoken before. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. The next person whose hand is raised is Patrick. Patrick, you can go ahead and unmute and let us know your name and where you live.
Thank you, Ryan Arkowitz. My name is Patrick Bowen. I live at 9 Harold Street in Florence. Also a Leeds parent. I'm speaking to the after school program tonight. I'm asking the school committee to hire the coordinator that we're 3 weeks out, to authorize hiring a coordinator. We're 3 weeks out from the start of school, and we need to have this childcare program up and running, and that is already a short deadline for actually finding this person. I'm going to echo a lot of the things that have been said tonight, that the Leeds after school program is a great reflection of the values that the school had to provide affordable childcare to any family that needs it. And it's a positive for the community that if other schools are interested, we should definitely look to echo other places. Going back to when I was on school local a few years ago, one of the things that always came up in the discussion about whether to keep your kids at your local public school, or to look at a charter school, is that many of the charter schools offer better childcare options than the district does. So this is like a thing that the district can look at as part of retaining students and also supporting the overall community. So to the extent that people are considering substantial changes to the program, it's really late in the game to do this. And it's challenging, and to the extent that if any school committee member is sitting there feeling like they're hearing people react to misinformation, it's essentially this a one sentence line on the agenda, a couple letters to the editor, and it's really hard to know where things stand. It's really difficult to follow the school committee. And so just echo the comments from Real that equity is raising people up, not cutting people down. So if we're looking to add childcare, it should not be by balancing it by taking away from leads. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for your comments. Just want to make sure I turn the timer off here. Okay. Let's see. I have one more hand up. Nora DeJazu. Nora, if you want to go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Narkowitz. I am speaking on behalf of some other Bridge Street families, a petition signed by over 150 families that are looking for a more equitable situation for their children after school, and making a very level playing field, and not being forced to pay a lot more for the Y that doesn't have the same quality of sincere relationships that have been built between staff at Bridge Street and the students there. So please consider making this an equitable solution for all of the elementary schools, not just Leeds. We don't want to take anything away from Leeds. We just want things to be fair across the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let's see, just checking to see if there are any other hands raised. Any other folks wishing to make public comment this evening? Okay, well, thank you to everyone who took time to, well, sorry, we have one more hand that just went up. Let's see, Stephanie Puyot. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thanks. I'm not going to turn my video on because we've lost power and things are a little crazy where I am. Can everybody hear me?
Sure, if you could just let us know your name and where you live.
Sure. I'm Stephanie Poliat and I live at 33 Fort Street. And I am here to read a joint letter from the 4 elementary school parent-teacher organizations in support of a more equitable and affordable after-school childcare program across the district. So I'll start. I believe this letter was submitted already prior to the meeting, but I'd like to read it so the public can hear it and understand the full support that such a program gets from the 4 different schools. It says, Dear Dr. Provost and members of the school committee, we're writing to express our wholehearted support for the flexible and equitable-minded late bird program at Leeds Elementary. This program provides support for families in meeting their needs for care outside the footprint of the school day in a way that centers the true needs of each unique situation. This program is a great model anytime, and particularly so in this moment when so many families are recovering from the economic hardships the pandemic presented and the adjusted start and end times of the elementary school day. We're also writing to express the need for programs like this across our elementary schools in Northampton. While the Y offers needed and valuable coverage, the structure of their program is very rigid and doesn't leave room for families who require more flexibility.
I think we've lost you. You're
Am I
back.
back? No.
You're back, Steph.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes, we
sorry.
can.
Yeah, spotty Wi-Fi here. The needs for families across our district are the same, regardless of which school they attend. Families need flexibility to adapt to emergent scheduling needs. Families need financial options that match their socioeconomic conditions, and families need a safe place where their children will be cared for and nurtured while their caregivers are at work. We call on the district to expand its mission to include caring for students beyond the footprint of the school day. We call on the district to use the LEADS program as a pilot that could be replicated across all our elementary schools so that all of our students receive the same access to flexible, equitable care. Thank you for your consideration and for your commitment to our students. Signed, Bridge Street Elementary School PTO, Jackson Street Elementary School PTO, Leeds Elementary School PTO, and RK Finn Ryan Road Elementary School PTO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie. The next hand, well, there was a hand that was raised, but it's back down again. So, okay. Well, thank you again to everyone who participated in the public comment this evening. We will now move on to the next order of business on our agenda, which is the recommended. Oh, actually, first, are there any announcements from members of the school committee? Item 3 is announcements. Are there any announcements? Okay, don't see any announcements. So we'll move on then to item 4, which is recommended announcements. Our consent agenda this evening has several items. First, we have a minutes of the school committee meeting of May 27th, 2021. We also have several donations. The first one is, and there's actually a misspelling there regarding the gift from Ms. Prabacher. It's not Samantha, it's Samam Prabacher, $1,466.60, diverse books from around the world for the Migrant Project. And the, Jackson Street PTO, $15,000, principal's priority to support Jackson Street School as needed. A donation from Claire Lobdell and Dr. Matthew Barlow, $1,750 for professional development materials on recognizing white nationalism. A donation for Jostens of $1,010 from the rewards program for caps and gown purchases, and a donation from Stop and Shop through its rewards program of $3,632.59. And I need to correct the first donation. I inadvertently said Ms., it's Mr. So those are the items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Oh, Mayor Narkowitz, sorry, I made the motion, then I thought I would have an opportunity. I thought I had to make the motion before I asked if we could pull the Jackson Street donation off the consent agenda. Did I do that in the wrong order?
It's fine. It's fine. We always, that's a personal privilege of all members. So if you'd like to take that one off, that's fine. So so the motion would be to approve it minus that one. So any other removals from the consent agenda? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
I see Member Levy's hands.
Member Levy, sorry.
I also wanted to discuss the Jackson Street PTO donation, so I'm happy to hold my comment until after we pass the consent agenda and then come back, I assume, and then come back to it next.
Most certainly, yes. Member Busansky has also requested that come off. So, okay, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the consent agenda minus the Jackson Street PTO donation.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Condon?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Mayor Narkowitz?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Gold?
Yes.
Mayor Narkowitz?
Yes, again. Still yes.
Member
Yes.
Busansky
Yes.
and Member Fallon.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the consent agenda is passed, and now we will move to the Jackson Street donation. Member Levy, since Member Busansky took it off the agenda, I feel like she should have the opportunity to speak to that, and then I can move to you as well.
I agree.
Okay, Member Busansky.
Sure, thank you. I guess my question is $15,000 for principals' priorities seems like a large sum of money for us not to understand better how that money is going to be used. I can't think of another example where we just kind of generally sort of hand that kind of chunk of money over. So I just was wondering if there was if we could get some more detail on what the how the $15,000 is going to be used. I think the donation is, fantastic and generous, as with all the donations on our consent agenda. We have an incredibly supportive community, and I'm really thankful for that, but just wondering about more information.
Yeah, I don't know if administrators have any additional information to add to this. I seem to recall this is a gift that's happened in the past. I don't know if it's that exact dollar amount, but I do know that there have been discretionary gifts to the principal. But Dr. Provost.
That's right. It has happened in the past. My suggestion would be more of a process than an answer about the specific question of how this money would be used. If you would like to defer this to next month and to get a spending plan from the principal, I could speak to the principal about getting her intentions for the use of this money to bring back to the committee before they decide whether or not they wish to accept this gift.
I feel okay voting on it, but if we could also get also have kind of that plan from the principal on how she is plans to spend the money, that would be really great just to have that information. But I don't have a problem with voting on it tonight. I don't want to hold it. Let me rephrase that. I don't want to hold it up for another month, just as school is about to start, nor do I have any concerns that it's going to be used for any kind of nefarious purposes. So I just would like some more information. Thank you.
Member Levy.
Thank you. I also really appreciate the generosity of our community members and of our district at large. And I was a little I noticed the large dollar amount of this contribution, and it gave me pause. There have been a lot of conversations and comments tonight already about equity throughout the district. And so I asked our district leadership if they could share with me what the PTO donations over the last 5 years have been by school. And here's the really helpful information that I received. Over the last 5 years, the Ryan Road PTA has donated $7,327. The JFK PTO has donated, and that was a donation from the Ryan Road PTO to Ryan Road. The JFK PTO donated to JFK $8,900 roughly. The Bridge Street PTO over the last 5 years.
No, it's just
donated $12,518. The Leeds PTO donated $17,439 over the last 5 years. The high school PTO over the last 5 years donated $32,140. And the Jackson Street PTO over the last 5 years has donated $46,365. To me, as I look at the wide range of figures, it makes me wonder whether there's a more equitable process that we as a district might consider. And so what I'd like to propose is that we, of course, accept this generous donation from the Jackson Street PTO, but that at our next school committee meeting, we put a conversation on the agenda to discuss whether there's a more equitable approach to considering PTO donations to schools, and if there's a way that we can spread them more or allocate them more equitably across the district. So I present those numbers to the school committee and to the public for folks to just think about, and I will be in touch with our our committee or the folks in charge of planning the agendas to ask that that be put on the agenda at our next meeting.
If that was a motion by Member Levy, then I would second it.
Mayor, I can't figure out how to raise my hand, but could I raise my hand?
You sure may, Member Fallon. There's been a motion made and seconded, but go ahead, Member Fallon.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to that. While I agree with that, like I do want to say, as serving on the committee for so long, this is not something that hasn't come up in the past and that we haven't tried to address, and that we've asked the Northampton Education Foundation to get involved in. This is not new, and so that's how we started meeting as all the PTOs started meeting together, and that's how we had the all PTO fundraising event, where everybody put in $500 and we hosted it at the middle school, and everybody shared the proceeds. So I do want to throw out there that this is something that we are aware of and we tried to solve, and there was very little interest from the PTOs for a variety of reasons. Like maybe there is more of an appetite for it, but I do want to say that that this isn't something that there was a lack of awareness of. I don't know if the superintendent has different thoughts on this, but over the years, we had the same issue with various booster organizations at the high school. Each sport had its own individual booster organization fundraising independently. And that was one of the first things when he came. He said, this is crazy because there was such a disparity in how much individual sports were raising. And he created one fundraising group. And that's what we envisioned doing with the PTOs, was having one district-wide PTO organization. And we had this great vision and there just wasn't buy-in. So I would love to do that. I'm just saying, I don't know that we can force that upon the district, because we certainly did try and encourage it. That's just my thought as far as a historical view of what's happened, and also agreeing that it would have been nice to do that.
Okay, so there was a motion made and seconded to have a discussion at our next meeting, or to try to schedule a discussion at our next meeting about this issue. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, I see a hand from Member Gold, and I'm not sure, Member Levy, did you raise your hand? I couldn't tell.
I did.
Okay. So Member Levy, since you made the motion, I'll let you respond, and then I'll go to Member Gold.
Thanks. I really appreciate the historical perspective, and I also don't think that precludes us from bringing a creative approach to having a conversation about it at our next meeting. And I think it wasn't on the agenda, so I'm simply asking that it be on our agenda at our next meeting. There doesn't have to be a huge conversation about it now. And I think that there are some creative approaches that we could bring in. Perhaps this is more of a time when folks may be more open to it than in years past. So this isn't to say that there wasn't awareness before. It's to say that perhaps now the awareness may spark more creativity in an approach to a solution. So I'm asking for a conversation at our next meeting.
Okay, Member Gold. And again, I'd like us to move on this issue, which is really just to continue the discussion to another night. So I just want to be careful we're not having the discussion tonight because it wasn't on the agenda.
I'm not having it in can you hear me? Sorry. I just want to ask Member Levy, would you be comfortable with changing it to an upcoming meeting, just in terms of, I don't know if the September meeting, the timeliness, it seems to be that we have more flexibility about when we have that discussion. And I feel like the September meeting, there's things are really busy in the beginning of the year, and maybe that's something more we can have in like November or some, later down the line. So our meetings don't go as long. So that's all I'm wondering, if you'd be amenable to, an upcoming meeting.
I think this is an important issue that we address. Whether it's in September or October, I suppose I certainly would defer to the agenda setting committee to figure out where it best fits.
And I took that as the intent of your motion. So that's fine. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Gold.
That's two for member Gold.
I know, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Ronnie. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
no worries. Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
And Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor, and if I can get this right, this is to include it on the agenda for the September meeting.
If
Yes, if feasible, yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Understood. Okay, I want to just, that motion was made, but I want to make sure, have we voted on the Jackson Street PTO
Yes,
vote?
because
We
the
did, okay,
motion
good.
was to accept the donation and put it on the agenda. Yeah.
Okay.
Understood. Okay, great. All right, just wanted to make sure. Let's move on now to the next section of our agenda, item 5, reports and recommendations. I believe the first one is rules and policy, and Member Fallon. Member Fallon.
Thank you. So I'd hoped to bring you the completed handbook for a vote this evening, but if the committee remembers, in May, you approved the contract to migrate our systems from the Novell to a Windows environment. And unfortunately, that affected the policies. And so that transition's not complete. So the policies are not all in one place still. And part of the handbook was to put the hyperlinks to the policies. So I can't complete that. So hopefully you will have the handbook for a vote for the September meeting. As far as the next item on the agenda was, sorry, I don't have all the documents. I don't have my normal setup. I'm currently in a hotel room and not in my office. The policy that you have that is on the agenda for a first reading, I'll be honest, I know this is the last minute. I would like to make a motion to postpone consideration. We didn't receive that policy until the very last minute for a number of reasons. And I think that it's an important policy, and I'd like you all to have the time to read it. It's pretty long, it's very technical, and I'd like it to get the attention that it deserves. And so that's how I feel about it. I don't know how anyone else feels about it, but I would like to make a motion to postpone consideration for the first reading until September.
I'll second that.
Mayor, you're muted.
My mistake. So that's a motion to postpone reconsideration of that first reading until our September meeting, as seconded by Member Kaufman. Is there any oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was you. Who was the second from?
Member Condon.
Oh, sorry, Member Condon. My mistake. Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Sorry, Mayor, I had my hand up for discussion.
Oh, my mistake. I apologize. Go ahead, Member Levy.
Thanks. I also really think this is an important policy, and I want to make sure people have the opportunity to read it with attention. I actually would like to ask the school committee whether they felt like they did have the time to read it. I will share my own frustration that it was not made available to the school committee in a timely fashion. And I don't know if people feel like they've had the opportunity to read it and are ready to discuss it tonight, or if they would, I guess that's what we're about to vote on. I'm curious though to know if people feel like they had the opportunity to read it and could discuss it tonight or not.
My question was also, what, was it available to the public as well? Prior to the meeting, in terms of what embedded on the agenda, like our other documents. So, is there any discussion on that item? Again, the motion is to postpone for a couple of weeks until our September meeting. Any further comments or discussion, including response to Member Levy's inquiry? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Member Levy.
Pass.
Did you say yes or pass?
I pass.
Okay.
With a P.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
No.
And Member Condon.
Yes.
I'm ready to vote now. I vote no.
You're changing your vote to no?
Yep.
The vote is 8 in favor, 2 opposed.
Okay, so this item will just be continued to our next agenda. Is there any further items under rules and policy for discussion, Member Fallon?
No, there are not.
Okay, so the next item is a report from the Budget and Property Committee. Member Busansky?
I'll pass, since I think you'll be hearing from me plenty in further on in the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Member Busansky.
Mayor?
Next.
Mayor, I have my
Yes.
hand up. As a member of the Budget and Property Committee, am I allowed to, it's not in regards to the what we're about to discuss later on. It's regards to budget and property. Am I allowed to make a 1-minute statement about the Budget and Property Subcommittee?
It's a report from the committee itself, so I'm not sure what would that. I'm just trying to understand what that would entail.
Yeah. Well, there's just something. I guess there's something to. I feel that has been on our agenda that wasn't reported on, and so I felt that we would. It deserves a 1-minute report.
Sure. I think I can cover that. Is that anyway, go ahead, Ronnie.
Okay, I wrote it up, so it's literally time myself. It's 1 minute. There was an additional item that has been on the budget and property agenda for the last 3 meetings. Due to the productive yet long discussions that went on during our meetings regarding the pesticide vote, this item was only brought up in the final few minutes at best or tabled to the next meeting. Understandably so, but we've yet to have a time to fully consider this item. The item was a request I made that we investigate the cost of hiring an outside provider to analyze enrollment data for the coming October census and compare the data to the year before COVID and the last school year, so we can budget and allocate in the next budget cycle in an equitable way in response to changes in enrollment at our 6 schools due to the pandemic. If other school committee members feel this data would be valuable and finding the cost of researching this data is valuable, please share your interest with the agenda setting committee.
Okay.
Mayor Narcoitz, can I respond
Sure.
to that, please? I don't think that other school committee members can share their interest and have it put on the agenda. It's still on the Budgeted and Property Subcommittee agenda. We didn't finish the item at our last meeting yesterday that ended at 5:45. So I appreciate your bringing up the topic and that it's not finished, but I do not appreciate the end of your statement. So
My
it's still
sincere apologies. I didn't know it was still on there. I'm sorry.
It's still there. We didn't resolve it. We didn't take it off. We didn't get to finish.
Delete my
So
last minute if possible.
It's just been continued to a future
Yes.
meeting.
Exactly.
Okay.
I did
Excellent.
understand
Okay.
that part. Thanks so much.
Okay. So let's then move on to superintendent evaluation. Is there a report from
Yes.
superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our subcommittee met last week to look back at the process that we followed the last year and a half or so in evaluating Dr. Provost. We talked about a bit about feedback that you all gave us, how the process went, suggestions you made moving forward, and to kind of highlight some of the things we talked about, a few areas that we felt could be improved upon moving forward. In terms of Dr. Provost's evidence, a few members commented that they weren't able to see all the evidence or give it a good look over. So moving forward, we're going to work out a system where that evidence will be available from the very beginning of the cycle. And as we work through the cycle, Dr. Provost will put it there for all members to have access to at any time you want. Another item that we looked at was making available to you all the complete rubric so you know exactly what Dr. Provost is evaluated on. And that way, that will help guide your feedback. I know some of you weren't quite sure and commented on what exactly under the various indicators, what kind of feedback we were looking for. So moving forward, we're going to make that available to you all. Other big items, other evaluation committee members, anything else that? Member Goldman?
Thank you. I would just add that thank everyone for their contributions and that the next cycle will start up in October. I don't believe the school committee, our subcommittee meeting is on the agenda for future business and meeting dates, but that has been set. Annie, do you know when in October that meeting is?
Let me look into that and I'll report back in a minute.
Yeah, or even at the end, even if we could just add it.
The 20th, October 20th was the date.
October 20th.
October 20th.
Yeah, sorry, sorry I dropped that out of there. Apologies.
No problem. So we'll start the new cycle then. Thank you.
Okay. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Condon. Next, we have the items D and E, which is the Business Administrator's Report and the Personnel Report from Mr. Bernier. Nick.
Good evening, everybody. I have my monthly Business Administrator's Report here, which you all should have gotten in your packet. So we're still pretty much getting underway, starting up the new year. I've included the monthly budget report for all of you, and you can see that only a little over 2% has been spent, but that's because almost no salaries have been spent yet. In the subsequent months, you will see that increase. Right now we're working on summer purchasing and figuring out, which curricular materials to purchase for our Liftoff Learning program and other related things such as that. Our ESSER 2 grant proposal has been approved. It was due on July 30th. I submitted it early and it was approved for the amount of a little over $1.4 million. So I will continue to work with administration and staff on how to spend this allocation. But certainly some of this will go towards the Liftoff to Learning after school support program, because that's really the type of thing that this money is for. On June 30th, 2021, we finished spending our CVRF COVID relief grant. That was the second round of COVID relief money that was issued after the pandemic started. We were originally under the impression that we had until December 31 to spend all of that. And then in late spring, DESE changed their mind and told us we had to spend it by June 30th. So, in order to do that, we had to move some things to that, which we're going to spend out of ESSER money, but in the end, it all worked out. We spent it down completely, and the grant is thus closed. Also included were 2 bill warrants that were signed in July, for your review. And one thing that's not on my report that I just learned about this morning was one of the boilers at Leeds has been leaking, and originally they thought it was going to be about $4,000 to repair. but the estimate has gone up to about $10,000. We do have the funds in an extraordinary maintenance account to cover that, but it will put a pretty large dent in it. So we'll hope nothing else like that goes wrong. Otherwise, we'll have to do a transfer into that account to cover an unexpected maintenance expense like that. So that, in short, is my monthly business administrator's report.
Murphy Cox has a question.
Yeah, thanks. I remember that we had a conversation, gosh, was it almost 2 years ago now, about who would sign the warrants. And I don't remember what we decided. So my question is, who signs the warrants, and will we need to appoint a new person to sign with the new school committee?
Member Fallon has been signing them. I'm certain that, pre-pandemic, this process took place in person, but really what I do is I scan it and email it to her, and she gives me an approval via email, which I then send to my assistant business manager, who gets it ready to go up to the auditor.
Very good. So it sounds like come January, we will need to appoint a new warrant signer. Thank you for your service on that, Member Fallon.
Member Voss, you had a question.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. And I do have a question on the ESSER 2 money. You mentioned 1.4 million. And could you tell us what time? I guess I have two questions about that. What time frame do we have to spend it over? And if you said it, I apologize, I missed it. And what part of it has the school committee already allocated, and what part of it might still not be allocated?
The timeline to spend that, I believe, ends in 2023. The exact date is escaping me right now. I could certainly look it up once I'm done giving this report and give that to you. It's easy to find.
2023 works for me. That's fine.
I believe it's early 2023. And in terms of when I submit the grant proposal, basically you have to submit a budget plan worksheet with it, where you basically put the funding in various buckets based on how you think you're going to spend it. One of them could be stipends. One of them's contract services. There's like 10 different buckets essentially. In terms of the school committee's involvement, in the budget book that you saw during last year's budget or this year's budget process, in the grants and revolving accounts section, there was a list of things in there that were proposed that ESSER money would be spent on. Some of which included $40,000 for dual enrollment program at the high school. There was money towards care support options, which provides mental health services. There was about, I would say, 10 or 11 items that looked like they were going to be paid for with ESSER funding. So in my plan that I submitted, I included all of those things, as well as a couple other things that came up between when the budget was passed and when the grant proposal had to be submitted. Some of which would be lift-off for learning materials, transportation from the lift-off to learning program, as well as the late bus for the middle and high schools are in there. So, so you have seen some of those things.
I appreciate that. So I guess I just wanted to put out there, and as something for the committee to, I don't know, ask Dr. Provost to think about or come back to at another meeting, is using some of that money to maybe support some of the transitions we're hearing we might need to discuss with childcare, especially at the elementary schools. I know that's coming. I'm not sure it's going to be completely solved, but what we're hearing is we need more support. And I can only imagine that social emotional learning for all is needed, and ESSER money potentially could support some of that as we make these transitions. So I don't know. I just want to keep that money in mind, and maybe Dr. Provost can even let us know if that's appropriate. My sense is it probably is. And yeah.
Okay. Nick, did you want to move to the personnel report?
I think Member Gold has a question.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Member Gold, I apologize. I'm using a different device tonight, so the hands raised is not where it normally is. Member Gold.
Do you recall, I was trying to find it, I couldn't find it in the document, how much we budgeted for the liftoff learning? That was the one that you detailed in the report.
Off the top of my head, I don't. It's in the first few budget book. I will say that in the worksheet that I had to submit, in terms of, you have to submit that as stipends for people that you're going to pay for like after school work. I believe what we submitted was about $200,000.
And I guess I asked that question, and if you could maybe at the next one, if it is acceptable to ask it, to know what, we allocated 200,000. How much are we currently using of that 200,000? Like, are we using hire everything we wanted to and purchase everything we wanted to?
As time goes on, sometimes how grants are spent does change. I mean, when you have to submit a proposal, sometimes it's very difficult to know exactly what you're going to use everything for, which is why they give you 2 opportunities to amend the grant during its life. So, if we're finding that we need more staff for liftoff learning, I could amend the grant and move more into that and less out of, like, say, transportation is not as expensive as we originally thought it would be. I could move money into there, and then what I would want to do at the end is the last amendment to the last possible minute, because you want your last amendment to look like what your final financial report's going to look like when the grant closes. It's also important for the committee to know that ESSER 3 money will be coming down the pipeline as well. That proposal is due in early October. So there's another, I believe, 4 million or so coming in ESSER 3 money that we have until 2024 to spend. So, but we're not at the end of it yet.
I mean, not only like if we needed more money for liftoff learning, but is there anything that wasn't spent in the liftoff learning that gets used in other ways?
And that could be the case. I mean, some of that depends on student enrollment in the liftoff learning as well. If not as many students actually sign up, we wouldn't need as many staff as we originally thought. So yeah, that is a possibility. But the other side could happen too. In terms of staff hiring, we might need more materials. I know we've certainly we looked at Read Naturally this week. So those pieces are in place.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions about the business administrator report? Okay, personnel report.
All right, you've all received the July 2021 personnel report in your packet. There's certainly not as much activity as there was last month, but last month was also reflective of the end of a school year. It would be common in July to see less movement. The only new hire would be myself. We had 9 separations in there. A couple of retirements are included in that. And then we had 1 transfer of somebody taking another position within distance. Some of you may wonder why there's not more than 1 new hire, and you'll see that the new hires will appear as their start dates get here. My start date was July 1, which is why I'm on this one. But then when we, when new teachers and new ESPs start, you will see that soon. Even though some of those folks have been hired, their start date hasn't arrived yet. So that's why they don't appear on this report.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll
Mayor,
move
I've got
to...
my hand up. I have a question about that.
Sorry, Member Levy.
Thanks. I just want to reiterate the point that was brought up by Member Voss and myself at our last meeting, which was to look into exit interviews. There have been a lot of folks leaving specifically from JFK, and I think it would be really helpful to have some data to understand the reasons behind that.
We at this point have not, as a district, conducted official exit interviews, but I did take it upon myself to look and see if there was any discernible patterns I could see in terms of the people that are leaving, in terms of demographics. I know that was brought up at the last meeting. Everybody, who was a separation this month, identified as Caucasian. 67% of these folks identified as female, 33% male. I looked at the state website as well, where our data is published, to see what our demographics as a district are in terms of staff. We were 79.8% female, 20.18% male. So, I didn't really see any disproportionality there. We were also 91.65% Caucasian. So I didn't, in terms of looking at, the information that I have available, see any patterns that would cause me to ask any questions. We don't always know why people separate either. I mean, sometimes they give a detailed resignation letter. I can say a lot of these folks, it was just a change of assignment, looking, for a different career opportunity. And as I said, there was a couple of retirements in there as well. So I did look into some things that I could look at based on your feedback from last month.
Yeah, first, thank you so much, Nick, for looking into those demographics. I really, really appreciate that. I guess we won't know the reasons unless we ask. And I think it's really, really important for us to not see departures necessarily as isolated incidents, but to look for those patterns. So I appreciate that you were looking for the patterns demographically. And I think we need to do the same thing by having conversations with the folks who are leaving about what was they took another job elsewhere, but what was driving them to look for another job. And just to note, I've never heard that stat that we are 91 point something percent Caucasian, and it really is, there's a lot of work for us to be done there, just a side note.
Okay, any other, sorry, there's two more hands up. Member Voss.
Thanks. I just want to echo this too, that I think, I appreciate that you looked into those things you were able to look into. But when I looked at the list last month and this month, I just, I see teachers on there whose names you hear a lot, and you can see they've been here a number of years, but maybe not 30. So they might not really be retiring. And I'm not going to say anyone's name specifically, but it just feels to me like we should have a better understanding of, are they leaving for better pay elsewhere? Are they leaving because of work conditions? Are they leaving for other reasons? Because we have so many amazing teachers, and we want them to stay if they can. So I would really encourage us. I think it really should be standard practice to at least invite people to an exit interview. I suppose they could probably decline. And I've heard just through the grapevine, there's teachers taking leaves of absence, and I understand it's been a really hard year, but if there's things going on, we need, not necessarily at a committee level like this, but we need to understand them so they can be addressed. I don't know, I think Dr. Provost has his hand up, but I would really like to hear, Dr. Provost, if we can consider doing any of this, just so that we can keep our teachers.
It's such a
So I've been trying to turn on my camera, but it has a message that the host has turned off the camera. Considering my personal appearance, I can certainly understand why people might want.
I don't know how I would turn your camera back on. I did not turn your camera off. Let me see. I'm going to ask you to start video. I wonder if that will help.
Oh, there
you go.
Okay. Thank you. So in response to the feedback that we got last month, I did ask Nick and the principals to start giving us information about each of our departures. And we've tried to put them into several buckets. As Nick said, that this past month, most of ours fell into two buckets that at this point we're calling retirement and change of assignment. And I can give a little bit more detail on change of assignment. it's often a teacher who's moving from one district to another district to go to a different level. Like I may want to teach a different grade that's not available currently in our district, but there's a availability of a different grade level at another district. The other thing we've seen for a couple of employees, so it's a little bit of a pattern this month, is people wanting to move from positions that have responsibility over multiple schools to positions that are wholly within a single school. So I just point out that's what we have. And I think that's what we can do at this point, unless, again, the HR department, which is a shared department, wants to take on doing exit interviews for all of our employees. But I do imagine they probably would need additional staff in order to do that. Is that kind of information helpful for the committee?
It's helpful. I guess I don't know that we're going to answer it, but I would expect it would be useful to the district to have more information in terms of why people choose to move to a different district. But thank you. I appreciate that you're trying, and I think we can continue to. I think it would be good to continue to figure out how to get more information.
Okay.
And I will continue to keep track of what I've started keeping track of as well. To just quickly jump back to something else, we have until September 30th, 2023 to spend our ESSER 2 money, and September 30th, 2024 to spend the ESSER 3 money.
Thanks for that clarification, Nick. Appreciate that. Okay, any further questions for the business administrator? Hearing none, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you. And I'm going to quickly share my screen for this. Okay, just a few things to report this month. I will go through this quickly. We had our largest summer program ever. We had 61 general education students in the high school. There were 2 general tracks that students were on. One was a pre-calculus class that was taught because it was not offered last year due to all the schedule changes with COVID. The reason for this course being offered in the summer was to get students back on track to take calculus when they had intended to. And then we also had a number of students who were recovering credit over the summer. So there were 61 high school students, general ed mostly. And then we also had 180 students receiving extended year services through special education and ELE enrichment. We had more than 100 faculty and staff providing direct services this summer. As I said, it was our largest summer program ever, and I want to thank all of our staff who helped made that possible. We also had summer curriculum camp. This is something that is directly related to 2 of the implementation steps in Goal 2, specifically supporting curriculum revision with understanding by design principles to support equity and cultural sustainability within curricula, and review and revising curriculum materials and resources based on the 7 forms of bias protocol. So we had approximately 50 curriculum teacher leaders and department chairs for summer curriculum camp. They were trained in the 7 forms of bias protocol, which all staff will be trained in when we return to school, and staff will be working with that protocol throughout the year. It's one of our most important pieces of ABAR work this year. They also had sessions on culturally responsive instruction and standards-based grading. So that also was one of our largest summer curriculum camps in history. And I would thank Nancy Cheevers for leading that, and for all the department chairs and curriculum teacher leaders who attended that. We've also started work on our healthcare and social assistance innovation pathway. This one is related to Goal 3 in the district improvement plan, specifically to provide opportunities for secondary students to explore personalized pathways aligned with college and career goals. As you know, we have one innovation pathway right now in IT, and our goal would be to start a second innovation pathway in healthcare and social assistance. So folks are familiar with the concept of an innovation pathway at this point. This would be a different sequence of course, and a different sequence of learning opportunities for students to direct them to careers in healthcare and social assistance. And this is the #1 workforce need in the Commonwealth. So I think this will be looked on very favorably by the Department of Education. We've met with representatives of Cooley Dickinson Hospital. They're very excited to partner with the Northampton Public Schools on this. And we've also had some communications with Holyoke Community College. As you might recall, every innovation pathway needs to be a partnership between a public school district, an employer in the industry, and an institution of higher learning. So we have the players on the field right now, and we all have a good sense of commitment to trying to see if this will work. We'll be in the process of preparing letters of commitment so that we can take the initial steps towards getting state approval and state funding for a pathway, and I'll be reporting on that in more detail in upcoming meetings. As has been already mentioned, Liftoff Learning and Power Math is something we've been working on. We think this addresses goal 4 in the district improvement plan, specifically reviewing and using data across the district within schools and across grades and subjects to differentiate tier 1 and determine tier 2 and tier 3 interventions and equitably distribute resources. So at this point, we have approximately 170 3rd to 5th graders identified. Staffing is a little bit of a challenge for us at this point. We are going to potentially be bringing in some providers directly from Math Recovery to do some of the training, to do some of the interventions for students with us. That is the same intervention that our students, our staff will be providing. So that may cause the cost of this to go up. However, it's possible that we may end up getting more staff between now and the beginning of the program. So principals are actively recruiting. We're getting more interest as we go along, and I'll keep the committee advised on how we're doing with staffing Liftoff Learning. Also, I would say that through the process of reviewing our data, we've identified 200 students in grades 6 to 8 that need math support. At the time of the budget process, we approved the curriculum coach, which freed up the person who was teaching the in-house suspension room to become a second math interventionist. But our recommendation at this time would be to add a 3rd math interventionist, with the expectation that that could be a 1-year position to help some of these students who have unfinished learning from last year. And this is not totally surprising. If you recall, when we were looking at our screening data, the one area where we saw real signs of regression was in 6th grade math. But looking at the final spring data as well as our MCAS data, we have a larger than expected number of students in grades 6 through 8 who need help with math. So one of the things we'll be asking later on, it's actually item J on the agenda, I believe, is to tap into some of that ESSERS funding that we were just talking about to add an additional position for a year at the middle school. And then I want to talk about healthcare and safety protocols. So there were some commenters about who spoke about this earlier in the evening, and there were some questions that had been posed since the time my communication went out. I'll go over some of the questions that had already come into me and then try to address some of the things that came up in public comment. So there are questions about notifications of positive cases. So our protocol for that will remain the same, just so that everyone can recall what it was. Identified close contacts will be notified by contact tracers. Staff working in buildings with positive case will be notified of the case, but no details will be disclosed. In the event of an outbreak necessitating a school or classroom closure, members of the class or school will be notified, but again, no details about the individuals sort of at the core of that outbreak would be shared. Social distancing to the maximum extent possible. Folks are wondering what that means. I guess the best way I would say it is that students will be closer to 3 feet than 6 feet apart in most indoor settings. We will space students to the maximum extent possible when we have smaller classes that will allow for greater spacing. But if you think of 3 to 6 as a continuum, we'll be more towards the 3-foot end than the 6-foot end. I wouldn't expect that there would be situations where we would have to go closer than 3 feet. When you think of a traditionally set up classroom in pre-COVID times, the desks were about 3 feet apart in that setup. Also, just to address some of the things that came up during public comment, the process of looking at potential revisions to our protocol is something that is happening on an ongoing basis. I had our first reconvening of the superintendent's Health and Safety Advisory Committee earlier today. One of the things we're looking at, and there may be a potential change on, is the test and stay component. In fact, I think one of the commenters tonight spoke about test and stay. We're expecting some new information from DPH on the advisability of test and stay, and I don't want to get out ahead of that. So our plan is to meet again next week to review what new information may be coming with test and stay, and we may do a revision to our protocol based on that. So I just would note that for the community. And then also the question of consent came up. There was a webinar yesterday on testing protocols for the upcoming year. There are going to be 3 levels of state testing protocols that districts can use, much like the 4 phases that I described, and sort of how districts might move forward and backward over the course of the year. There's different levels of testing that districts can do at different points during the year. My expectation is that we would start by getting approval for all 3 forms of testing so that we're able to utilize all 3 as we would see fit over the course of the year. My understanding is that it has to be active consent, that we can't do passive consent, as was suggested earlier, which would be, that everyone is in unless they opt out. In fact, DESE has said that we have to re-obtain consent from everybody who was in the program last year. So,
Dr. Provost, Member Voss has her hand up. I'm not sure if she has a question about the slide happening.
I was waiting. I'll wait till the end.
Okay, fine. I wasn't sure if you had a specific question. Go ahead, Dr. Provost, sorry.
Okay, so as I was saying, we will be seeking consent for everyone. It'll be for all 3 forms of testing. One of the things that was made clear is that we want people, or the way the consent will work is that we're going to be requesting consent for all 3 forms of testing. So that would be pooled testing, diagnostic testing, and a 3rd form of testing that the state is still trying to flesh out for us. But the idea would be that in order to be in the testing program and even eligible for test and stay, people would have to give consent to the entire regimen of testing. So it wouldn't be possible for someone only to say, okay, I want to be tested if I've been identified as a potential close contact. They would either be in the testing protocol completely, or they would be out of the testing protocol and then have no option other than to quarantine if they were identified as a close contact. So I believe that is this. No, I have one more. So why don't I take any questions about this before I go on to my last slide?
Okay, Member Voss.
Thanks. I do have a couple questions about this, and I can imagine we heard, we've all been getting emails. We're all a little confused about this. I'm a school committee member and I'm confused. So I have a couple things that would be really helpful if you could clarify. When I read the news, it seems like school committees across the state are voting on how masks will be used. And I know our director of public health said indoors masks will be used. So, we really don't have a choice, and I fully support that. But my question is, moving forward, what role does the school committee play in this? Just so people know, we really haven't had a formal say in it. And so, for example, I'm sure she isn't going to, but if our public of director health said, okay, no more masks inside, but who decides if the masks stay in the schools? And one of the questions that, or comments that came up, I've heard a lot of other people asking about, is how about masks on the playground? And that's really a specific question. I guess maybe you could address how that decision was made, because with how contagious Delta appears to be, and again, we're still learning about it, kids close by each other outside, yelling, screaming, having fun, to me sounds like it may be a good idea to have masks. And I always say this, but I'm also worried about the lunchroom. And to me, it sounds like a good idea to eat outside as much as possible. I've been reading about some schools in the South who are making rules. You don't talk, you just sit quietly and eat. So if you could say a few words, Dr. Provost, on if you're thinking about those extra protective mechanisms, especially for our younger kids who don't have access to the vaccine, and also how we move forward making these decisions over the next several months.
Sure. So at this time, we're not thinking about masking during recess, and that's based on our conversations with our local health officials. We are still recommending students to distance to the extent possible during recess. And, we have large playgrounds, so I think that is possible. We are maintaining tents until the end of October. One of the things that tents were used for in most of the schools, more even than classes, was to facilitate eating outside, because we do think that is safer than eating inside. There is going to be a point at which indoor lunches will have to resume. At that point, what the health department has asked us for is that we have either assigned seating or some way of identifying where students were in the cafeteria, so that if there is a situation that requires contact tracing, they're able to do that. So at most of the elementary schools, if we're still in this stance, when it's time to go inside, students will have assigned seats, and again, would be distance to the maximum extent possible during lunch. What we would do for the high school students is have a QR code at each table that students have to scan to sit at the table, so that it would link them with the table, so that in the event that we had to do contact tracing, we were able to identify which students ate together at lunch. With respect to school committee, you have a masking policy right now. I think what we've done so far is consistent with the mask policy, but I think if the scenario came up where I felt it was time, and our local health officials felt that it was time to move phase 3, which is unmasked for some individuals within the building, then the school committee would have to act to rescind its masking policy. I guess that's where I would see the next vote would come in terms of a change of masking status.
Okay, I just have a quick follow-up. One, I just want to really echo the recommendation made in public comment and your limitations on opting into testing. I think we should work really hard with school administrators, nurses, teachers, to talk to families and explain why we need to take care of each other and why it's so important for everybody to opt in as much as possible, and really PR a lot of encouragement about that. And I also still think we can do better with outside, and I just pulled up what the CDC says, and I'm going to read it. In general, this is straight from the CDC website. In general, and it's about recess and physical education. In general, people do not need to wear masks when outdoors, for example, participating in outdoor play, recess, and physical education activities. CDC recommends people who are not fully vaccinated wear a mask in crowded outdoor settings or during activities that involve sustained close contact with other people. I'll stop there. But we certainly have, I think, a situation where kids playing will easily be in close contact for sustained amount of time. And I don't know how we deal with that. I understand the desire to take the mask off. I don't wear a mask outside. I get it. But watching recess for elementary school, kids are on top of each other. So I don't know the answer, but I want to identify that I'm concerned about just having a free-for-all outside with no masks.
Okay, Member Gold.
Thanks. I just want to confirm, and I think you mentioned it, Dr. Provost, but part of your plan is recalling the superintendent's COVID-19 advisory committee that will be advising you on the in-person learning, and that advise you on in-person learning for pausing and restarting would be advising you that there is actually a committee of health professionals that are part of it. It's not just your decision. You requested to have that team support you in that decision making.
That's correct. So we met this morning. It includes the health director, our director of health safety and equity programs. It includes nurses from the health department, and it includes school staff, includes nurses, teachers, ESPs. We actually have a vacancy for a teacher right now because one of the teachers who was on it is no longer with the district. But that group did meet again this morning. We discussed everything. And as I said, the one area where we identified a possible need to make a modification, which might be coming out next week, is on test and stay. So there will be more information coming out about that.
I appreciate that, and just so and thank you, because I think that committee did a wonderful job when taking control of the pausing and in-person work that had needed to happen last school year. And I sure hope that it remains in their jurisdiction and out of this, as much as possible out of the school committee's jurisdiction when appropriate.
Okay, Member Levy.
Thanks. I have a question, Superintendent Provost, about the flexibility of the phase transition, not sort of how we know when we're going to go from phase to phase, although I think we really do need to have some clarity. I know that our director of public health in the city doesn't want to have clear and defined scenarios because it's so dependent on so many different variables. And I get that, but some kind of information for families and caregivers to understand what to expect in terms of a shift between phases, I think would be really helpful. But the other thing I'm wondering about is what kind of flexibility will there be in revising some of the specifics within each phase as things change with the virus? And I understand that maybe it will simply be, well, then we'll move to a different phase. But even now, it does seem like the idea of opening in phase 2 makes sense. However, there are things in there that don't make sense given what we know now about the Delta variant. And I know you've got healthcare folks who are working with you, so you know these things. But we know that vaccinated staff and students can carry and transmit COVID, and yet we're saying in phase 2 that vaccinated staff and students are exempt from quarantine and testing. And so I guess it's just a question of, to what extent might some of these specifics be revised, and what does that conversation look like with the committee that's advising you?
Sure. So I tried to point out in the letter that we don't have to go lockstep in every piece of the phase when we do a transition. It's just to sort of give a blueprint of how things might look as we're getting in a more protective stance or a less protective stance. And one of the examples is the one we've been talking about right tonight, which is the one you've identified, which is test and stay. So, we'll be looking at that as, I think, the next thing. And I guess I'm signaling that we're seeking some advice that may cause us to change our stance on that. It wouldn't be to say, to liberalize that. It might be to tighten it up, because some concerns have been raised, as you just point out, about the advisability of test and stay, especially for unvaccinated people, but even to a certain extent for vaccinated people. So the timeline is weekly meetings. We meet every Wednesday at 2:30. The item on our agenda for next Wednesday's meeting is to revisit test and stay. Hopefully there'll be some new guidance from the Department of Health at that time. We have reason to believe DPH might be coming out with some new guidance on that. And, we just want to be in concert with that. The reason I'm not communicating about it now is because I don't want to communicate. I communicated one thing last Friday. I don't want to communicate something else this Friday that might get changed again next Friday. I want to try to make the changes to your first question about changes in our stance based on new recommendations that are coming out or new science that's developing around what's safest for kids.
And can you speak to how you'll communicate to caregivers about transitions from phase to phase?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
I think there's been a desire articulated to have some understanding of what will be some of the trigger points that would cause us to go between phases. Before, when we were talking about what might cause us to go in person versus hybrid versus fully remote, we were talking about caseloads in the area. So, what is it that your committee is looking at, and how might caregivers have an understanding of what to expect as you're considering transition from phase to phase?
Sure. So, we can put out some communication on some of the things we look at all the time in those weekly meetings that are influential to us. But as you point out, it is multifactorial. And sometimes there are some pieces of data that just sort of overwhelm everything else. And so it's hard to say that, here's a number that's going to trigger a change. But I think we can talk about the process and the things we look at if you think that would be helpful.
I do. I think more transparency and communication would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member Kaufman.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Sorry, so Dr. Provost, just a couple of quick things. I agree with Member Levy. I think getting information out there now, just to reassure people, I don't know how many folks know that you and your colleagues have put together the health advisory team again. I just think that's fantastic. And there's a number of ways to let people know that. I know that I and probably several of my colleagues really relied on their input for our decision-making last year. And I know that I will very, very likely do the same. So if you're meeting every Wednesday at 2:30, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is that an open meeting? And would there be an opportunity for some folks that are posing questions to us to maybe better pose to them, or is that not part of it yet?
Well, as you recall, one of the reasons for going from the JLMC to the Superintendent's Advisory Committee was to be able to work more nimbly and not be subject to the open meeting law. Yeah. However, if people have questions, they certainly can send them to me and we can discuss them as a group.
So if school committee members have questions that maybe we want posed to the advisory team, you would do that and then get back to us?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that's a great idea. I also think maybe the advisory team at some point, and maybe they have done this already, is just to hold an open meeting. People, as we heard earlier today, and I do thank you for addressing spot on some of the concerns that were brought up, but I think people just need to kind of know that there are folks looking at these issues. Doesn't mean necessarily that they're going to understand it, but I do think that would go a long way to kind of appeasing some people's concerns. But this is a greatly challenging and impossible situation in many ways, Dr. Provost. So thank you for all the work you've done on it so far. I feel very assured about the extent to which the community is responding to this in the best way we can. And I'm very happy with a lot of the things that have taken place and are planned to continue. And because I still have the floor, I just want to go back to the slide you had on lifelong learning and Power Math and just ask whether, in terms of staffing, have you or the high school looked at potentially offering part-time positions or volunteer positions to high school seniors, maybe even 11th or 12th graders, to look at maybe not solving our staffing challenge, but I do think that it's a great learning experience for those kids. I do think it's potentially part-time work. And I also think more so, particularly in math, like if you don't get the way the teacher's teaching, having somebody who might have had that same teacher but can explain it in a different way or is equally as challenged might provide some really neat one-on-one kind of support. So I'm making my case without asking you, but have you discussed that option, and do you think that would be helpful?
It's an option that we have discussed and thought about. We have not gone to that point yet. Where we have gone is to reach out to all the teacher prep programs in the area and ask them to share their posting with teachers or pre-service teachers, because we think this is a great opportunity for them. They'll have an opportunity to use the programs they're learning right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the advantage, again, of our high school students is that they learn the same way. And some of them got it after the matter, or some of them got it by just having that same experience, particularly in math only a few years ago, might provide that additional support that other groups wouldn't, which I still think is a great idea to come up with future math teachers. But that would be the other thing, as well as potentially giving our high school students some part-time work. So thank you for looking into those options.
You're welcome. Okay, so then let me just finish up. I want to talk a little bit about the acceleration roadmap, which is something that actually touches on a question that came up in one of our conversations earlier on. Someone had asked about how curriculum should be adjusted based on COVID. And I said, we should try to adjust it as little as possible, that we needed to make sure that we continue to provide grade level content. This was before the state produced its acceleration roadmap, which is its set of recommendations for helping students with unfinished learning. I had based my response on a workshop I had just attended through the ASA Leading for Equity workshop called Pursuing an Equity Agenda. That was looking at research saying that one of the most important pro-equity stances a district can take is to make sure that all students are getting the grade level content and that no one is getting content that is at a lower level than they're supposed to be at. The state basically came to the same conclusion. And so you can see their definition for learning acceleration, which is that all students receive consistent access to grade level work with targeted scaffolds to make it accessible. It's interesting that the state ended up relying for this recommendation on TNTP's report, The Opportunity Myth, which is the same piece of research that
His superintendent is such an idiot.
ASA Leading for Equity workshop. And, you know, the way it was presented at ASAA is that this is the one thing that we can do for all students. You know, all students need to have access to grade level content so they can learn what they're supposed to learn. And it is also an equity strategy because students who are behind benefit from that disproportionately. So it's a way of getting students caught up while making sure that all students receive what they need. And so that's my report for this month.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Provost. Again, I would just remind folks who may be joining the meeting to please mute yourselves. Member Gold, you had a question.
Yes, I wanted to chime in on the liftoff learning slide. I was thinking we were waiting. I didn't know how long the presentation was, so I was like waiting to the end, but I should have done it back then. And so that one, and then very briefly about the acceleration roadmap. Regarding the liftoff learning, Superintendent Provost, is the 170 students on there? Are those the ones who have accepted, or were those the ones that were invited? And then I have a second follow-up to that.
Those are confirmed. There were more students who were invited who declined, but we have 170 confirmed students at this time.
Gotcha. And then
it's 3, 4, and 5.
Got it. And then could you potentially let us know, as I think I remember hearing you say you would provide us updates on how the liftoff learning was going. Could you let us know at our next meeting, rather than asking you to figure it out right now? What were the invites and actual enrollment looked like at each of the 4 schools? Just so we have an idea of how many, where was the need greatest in the 4 schools for liftoff learning, and then what was the response like to that need?
Sure.
Great. And then just a comment. I don't know if you've had a chance to share the acceleration roadmap with other levels of NPS, but I've attended some of those webinars and those office hours throughout the summer. It's incredibly helpful. The 3 items and indicators that they pointed to that need to happen, I think, are incredibly powerful. And the first one about continuing the engagement with families and building of the community, I think we directly address in our district improvement plan. So I remember when I was at the state meeting on that and knowing what our district improvement plan looks like about engaging caregivers, it was great to see that we were ahead of the game on that. So credit to NPS, and any educators who are on here, if you haven't seen the educator roadmap version of it, it is incredibly helpful in preparing for the upcoming school year.
Thank you very much, Member Gold. Dr. Provost, that concludes your report. Thank you very much. Let's see, we have no old business this evening. I'm going to suggest as we move into new business, because we have so many folks who are here and who spoke about the issue that we had scheduled in item D, which is regarding the after-school programs. I wanted to move that up to the top of our new business agenda, and so I would turn now to Member Goldman to present that item.
Thank you, Mayor Narkowitz, and thank you to the community for your public comment, both on the call this evening, but also I've received many emails, and not just emails, but correspondence with community members.
Member Goldman, I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit, or unless it's me, I can't hear you too well.
Sure. Is that the case? Is this better for everyone? Can you hear me? You're all moving quite slowly also. You know what, I really want this to be helpful. So let me see if I can.
After school thing or whatever, because she was the.
Can people hear me, or is it not great?
I can hear you.
You're a, yeah.
Is this better?
It was painful.
Is this better? Yeah.
There's nobody responding to her.
That is
Okay.
much better. And we also hear people who are not muted also.
Okay, great. I can't hear, Dina, I couldn't hear you though. So I should be able to hear you.
Can you hear me? I can hear you very well. Oh, go back then. Go back to your old version.
I can't hear anyone. So I am actually going to pop off the call and pop back on. Sorry. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Let's try this.
Move.
Can you hear me now? There you
Yes,
are.
we can hear you.
Okay, great. Here we go. Okay, thank you again to the community for your public comment and for other folks in the community who have a stake in this whole thing. I had this put on the agenda because superintendent asked for direction from the school committee about sort of what direction to move in. And so that's where our role in this comes in.
Okay, we can't hear you.
We lost you. Now she seems frozen.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm going to start this off with a motion. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start this off with a motion, and then I'd like Superintendent Provost to share. Superintendent Provost, I'd like you to briefly share your thoughts on the motion and then open it up for discussion. So I am making a motion to direct the superintendent to secure emergency licensure for the Leeds Elementary After School Childcare Program to be district held, with the intent to run it as a pilot program this year to be extended and expanded as a district-wide program for all 4 elementary schools.
We've stopped, we missed the last part of that, Member Goldman, or at least I did. I didn't hear the end of it.
Same here. We lost you after 4 elementary schools.
The following year, and for the superintendent to present findings and recommendations at the January school committee meeting. I can share a screen. I can share this. Can you see this?
We can. Yeah. It may be with your unstable connection. You may want to just turn your camera off and reread the motion just to make sure the sound comes through.
That's a great idea. Okay, you can hear me?
Yes. We can't now.
Can she type her motion? Can she type her motion into a document?
Findings and recommendations.
I also have a copy of the motion if folks would like me to read it, and she can just confirm that it is what she wants.
Yeah, I can't. That would certainly be fine. I'm not sure where Member Goldman is. So she's on the call, but she's now dropped off apparently. So you can certainly read it while she's getting back on the call if you'd like.
Okay. So the motion would be to direct the superintendent to secure emergency licensure for the Leeds Elementary After School Childcare Program, known as Lateford, to be district held. So the district would hold the emergency licensure, with the intent to run it as a pilot program for this year, and then to be extended and expanded as a district-wide program for all 4 elementary schools the following year. And for the superintendent to present findings and recommendations at our January school committee meeting, so that the superintendent would be running a pilot program and would bring findings and recommendations on the Leeds pilot program to the school committee in January, so that we can consider how to implement it for the fall.
Okay, Member Goldman, you're back. Are you back on the call with us?
I am, and I switched computers, so this should be a lot more reliable.
Yeah. So Member Seraphy Cox read the motion for us in its entirety. So we've heard the motion.
Great.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay. Member Condon, you have your hand up. I know that Member Goldman wanted Dr. Provost to address the motion, but do you have a question or?
I'll let Dr. Provost go because he might address my concern.
Okay, Dr. Provost.
Thank you. And thank you also, Member Goldman, for sending me a version of this before the meeting. I had a chance to provide a little bit of feedback, but I'm not sure you got it into this version, which is basically to give it more of clarify that it had the spirit that Member Seraphy Cox said, because as the first version of the motion was written, it seemed to say, get a licensure as a part of a process for moving forward to running a district-wide program and to report in January. I think that what I would propose to clarify that it's, the idea is to see what this is like and then to make a decision in January would be something like to get the licensure, do the report in January, and then make the determination about whether it would become district-wide. So I think I sent some language about that just prior to the meeting, but as long as I guess the senses of everyone is that that's what the goal here is, then that's one thing I wanted to say. I think I might say that we could probably take emergency licensure out. I think we should just say licensure because, we've looked through all the different licensing processes and really both through Department of Education and through EEC, they just really talk about licensure rather than emergency licensure. And I think it would be to get it as quickly as possible. I think the turnaround time on it is pretty quick. So I think, normally you have an emergency process when there's going to be a need to do something right away and it's going to take longer to get the whole thing done. But I think we could just say licensure. And I think that we've determined through our research that the appropriate agency to do the licensing would be the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. We have looked through what that application process is like, and I just wanted to give the community a sense of some of the pieces that would be involved with licensure, which I think there will be support for. But I also know that they come as a cost, and there may be some concern about the cost. I think one of the pieces that I think really the main cost drivers in getting licensure will be coming into compliance with all of the medical aspects of licensure. It would mean having a nurse for the program, at least on call. It would mean having all of the staff trained in first aid. I think that in the year of COVID, when we were just having a conversation about whether or not we should even unmask at recess, having a whole after-school program with no health care is unconscionable. And so I think many parents would welcome the increase in cost to know that we were going to be able to maintain the safety of their kids, especially at a time of a global pandemic. And so I think that's the main piece. And Nick has done a more detailed analysis on what some of the costs involved with coming into compliance with licensure would be. But overall, we estimate that it would add about $60,000 to $90,000 to the program at Leeds, which would probably raise the hourly rate to about $6. I know that Nick has figured this out a couple of different ways, and we keep coming to that 60 to 90,000. We keep coming to the $6 an hour range. And then I would say that that is higher than the Y, and that's because we're using our own staff. So that's the trade-off. And I think that probably would be the thing we talk about most in January. If it turns out that that cost is too high, then we could address cost containment by hiring the same kinds of staff that the Y hire, which would be outside employees. The difference is they're paying their staff mainly minimum wage. We're paying our staff mostly time and a half. And so that's where the difference between the price they're able to offer and the price we would be able to offer for the Leeds program. In addition, they have an economy of scale. If we did go district-wide, we would have an economy of scale that I think might help to mitigate that price impact somewhat. But I think those are my feelings about it. I think it makes sense. I actually think the only thing we can do is obtain approval for the program, because as we've looked at all the issues with this sort of two-tier system of childcare that we have in the district, having 3 licensed programs and 1 unlicensed program is a key source of inequity. And I think we can address that right away. I think the larger issue of which program should it be makes sense to me too. That would be something that we plan this winter so that we can move on next fall. And I think it needs to be one program. I think that's the other thing we've learned from this whole situation. One of the things I always say, that the challenge and the art of the superintendent is figuring out what are the things in which all schools must be the same and what are the ways in which they can express their individuality. We've learned that childcare cannot be individualized. It's got to be the same program across the district. So whatever we decide, I think it should be the same for all four. So those would be my initial reactions to the motion. I think it makes a lot of sense to me. I would be in support of the motion, and we are ready to dedicate whatever resources we need to in order to get the licensure. I just want everyone to be aware that in voting for the motion, it would involve a price increase. And that is a little bit problematic because we came into this whole conversation because there was a concern about the price increase at the Leeds after school program. But I think at this point, we'd be increasing it for a very good reason, right? We'd be increasing it to come into compliance with licensure. We'd be increasing it to provide students with the health care they need in the midst of a pandemic. So it makes a lot of sense to me.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. Member Condon.
Thanks, Mayor. Dr. Provost kind of touched on my concern, but not explicitly. So I'm going to ask if we can just take a step back from the vote for a second. There's a lot of confusion in the community about the LEADS program. I mean, there's people who think that it's getting shut down, which clearly is not the case, but there are changes that are taking place. And I don't think everyone completely understands. And when I say everyone, the community completely understands why this discussion is taking place. Why are we voting on licensure? Where did this come from? So I'm just going to ask Dr. Provost, if very succinctly and briefly, to kind of outline what precipitated movement in this direction, so the community understands, why is there going to be a price increase potentially, and why is that happening? You're muted, Dr. Provost.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I think I'll go back and tell briefly a story that I've told many times before. The LEADS after school program is something that I view as kind of a legacy of prior administrations. It was set up at a time when there was a desire to have a different kind of a child care program at LEADS school. It was done with parents and staff, and it was a really commendable effort. But I don't think people really had administrative support or administrators looking in on it. And so there were a number of things that over the years I've had to come in to address. One of the issues we addressed was some situations with overtime and people not being paid appropriately. We had to most recently address the fact that this program was not complying with the district policy that says students eligible for free and reduced lunch should not be charged for programming. And then, in the course of that discussion, this whole other issue came up, which is, well, it's also not licensed. And so now that I'm, as sort of step by step got more involved with trying to bring the program into compliance with what would be a standard regulatory structure, the sort of last hurdle that we have, I think, to make it really legitimate and equitable with the other programs in terms of the requirements that the other programs are meeting, is to address the fact that it's currently an unlicensed program.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to kind of explicitly be stated, so more people can understand, why this is happening and what's going on.
Thank you, Member Levy.
Thanks. I was going to ask the same exact thing that Member Condon did to help clarify. So thank you, Member Condon, for bringing that up. And I think there's another point of clarification that Dr. Provost, you haven't mentioned, which is that one of the reasons why, at least what the Y program has been saying, that they were costing more than the LEADS program was previously, is that it does cost more to run a licensed program, which we are now seeing as we are needing to put in the additional funding and expenditure for a licensed program. And so I just wanted to also make that clarification. And I also want to clarify that even though the whole reason we started this conversation was to bring down the cost of the LEADS program, am I correct in remembering that the cost was going to be in the double digits per hour, as opposed to right now we're talking about $6 an hour? Am I correct there, Dr. Provost, or am I misremembering that when this started? Maybe it's moot. Don't worry. Don't answer that question.
Okay.
But I do think it's still $6 an hour is a much better rate than it was when we started this conversation. So I just want to echo what Member Goldman has said, that I have heard from countless community members about the incredible benefits of having an in-house program. And I'll speak personally, it's one of the reasons why I was excited to send my kids to Leeds. And so I hope that moving forward, and I know this is a conversation for probably January, we can potentially even think creatively about maybe a common ground between what it means to pay somebody time and a half and what it means to have in-house people who are potentially hired for this very role, and still attending in-house curriculum development and a part of the community and so on. So more conversations that we can have there, but I want to really strongly articulate my my support for keeping the in-house program in Leeds and using this as an opportunity to really study, even though I think a lot of folks at Leeds already see the positive impact, so that we can discuss whether it's a program that we replicate at the other elementary schools moving forward.
Thank you, Member Levy. Member Gold.
Great. Thank you very much. A couple of questions. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm seeing, yeah. All right, great. First question, Dr. Provost, is there an upfront cost to applying for the licensure? I missed what you said on that. I thought you might have said there was, but I'm not sure.
No application fee, if that's what you mean.
Okay. And so I get
cost of everything you need to do in order to say, please license us. You have to hire the staff and do all those things, but
right.
There's no fee.
There's no fee to apply for the license. And so I guess I would ask if the intention is to potentially create a program district-wide, does it, and you know, it's a long year, it's a 180-day year, does it behoove us at this time to set the table by applying for licensure for all of the schools, so that if at some point during the year a school, you know, has seen, you know, come January, if there's a school that has learned from what Leeds is doing and says, hey, we'd like to start that, they don't have to wait the process of applying for the licensure. I mean, if it's just something where you're checking the box for 4 schools or what have you, can we possibly do that?
I think that to apply for a license that you don't intend to use right away probably isn't the best way to do it. I can say that once we go through the licensure program for Leeds, if the decision is made to license the other 3 schools, it'll be a lot of cutting and pasting. It won't be a very difficult process to replicate that same paperwork for the other 3 schools.
Understandable. I guess if there's an expiration on the application and all that, then I think I could see that making sense. But if there isn't an expiration for it, I feel like it would behoove us to set the table by saying, at least for the coming school year, we are applying for all of our schools in case one of them wants the opportunity, so they're already ahead of the game. So that's a question, my first question. My next question is the $2 increase. It's going from $4 to $6. That's covering whether it costs $60,000 or $90,000, up to $90,000, because that's there's a range of cost with only not a range of increase.
I would ask Nick to speak to that because he was in charge of building the financial model.
The $6 an hour that I came up with, it's, you know, it's hard to forecast because you're really trying to predict how many students are going to use the program for how many hours per week. And, you know, then based on that, you try to figure out how much staff you need, how many hours per week. And those are unknowns. You know, on the one hand, the change in start time has increased the need for after-school childcare for a lot of parents. But on the other hand, we also have liftoff for learning, which we did not have in the past. So it's kind of an unknown as to how many students are going to use this. And the cost is directly related to that because we have to pay the labor. The upfront costs are really hiring the coordinator, because you're not going to get the licensure without the coordinator. I budgeted a week of prep work for that individual as well, to create the documents and the manuals and the types of things that will be needed. And I mean, I don't know if they need more than a week or not. Some of those things I'm sure the HR department and the health department sort of have ready-made that can just be doctored a little bit. There's also staff training costs as well. They need to be trained in CPR and first aid. They're supposed to have an orientation. They're supposed to have monthly meetings. So I kind of looked at the upfront costs as, where the 60 to 90 range would be. And then you add the cost of your labor based on how many students you think are going to use the program, which I did have several conversations with Chris Wentz about, average attendance and that. And, I came up with as good of a number as I could based on the information that I had. The other way that I calculated it was assuming that every staff member would work every single hour that this thing ran, which is not likely ever to be the case, but you want to get a high-end cost as well. And, predicting the amount of students in a couple of different ways, the $6 number came up pretty much in everything that I did. That also, would help us or allow us to, help out students that are on free and reduced lunch. And, you want to make sure that you have enough in there to provide that as well as to obviously pay all your staff members. So that was the best that I could estimate. And also, I'm sorry, I left this out, the cost of the nurse. That's a huge one because you're essentially paying somebody $30 an hour, an overtime rate, to be able to be available. The nurse could be available for the other after-school programs as well, for the enrichment and for the liftoff for learning programs at the other elementary schools. The nurse, according to the regulations, doesn't necessarily have to be on site. They just need to be available, if needed. If something were to happen, they'd have to be able to come and monitor that and take care of it. So that was a big cost too. I mean, really what your increase is coming from here is the cost of the coordinator and the cost of the nurse.
Along those lines, I appreciate it in the data, the numbers crunching that you did. I mean, if it is for 60,000, seems like it's 60,000 is $2 more. Sort of to go back to Member Levy's question, if I'm not mistaken, it was going from $8 to $4. I don't know if anyone can confirm that, or did I have that wrong? If it's wrong, then don't mind me. But I thought when the previous meeting that we had, it was going from $8 to $4 because of the change. And now we're at $6. And if it's 90, if it, because like you said, there's all these factors that are incorporated. Like you said, like staff might not have to work as much, but it's also how many students actually attend every hour, right? Because it's an hourly rate. And so I just would want to make sure up front that we say, if it has to be $7 or if it is $6 and we're solid, awesome. I just wouldn't want families to be then told later on, well, now it's 7 or now it's 8, let them understand very clearly what the cost could be raised, what's the limit of the cost, because maybe they might then say, well, I should have done something else had I known, right? If you get what I'm saying. So whatever we can really explain about the cost up front is important.
Yeah, a couple of things, Member Gold. I think the $8 number that you're thinking of might have come from our discussion of what the Agawam after school childcare program cost. I remember we talked about that briefly at our July meeting when this thing first came up. And there was some cost comparison that was shared. That might be where that came from. I don't remember stating an $8 number concerning the LEADS program. Another piece of this too that I neglected to mention earlier is these numbers are also including pre-K in that as well, which is going to increase your staff because they would need 2 staff members on site at all time just to maintain ratios. I mean, you need a 13-to-1 ratio for kids older than pre-K, but pre-K looks a little bit different. I know that Dr. Provost has been in contact with the Y about them accepting the pre-K students over at Bridge Street. And we would certainly want to do the same thing at Leeds, you know, for the pre-K students that attend there. So there was an increased staff cost too, based on that.
Appreciate it. Thanks. And then my next question is, I asked this all in hopes that we will pass a motion like this. I'm asking, but I think that maybe we can fine tune it, like, or at least say, you know, get some things fine tuned in here. Dr. Provost, you've shared a few times that we, you know, we as a school committee and a public school system have a mission, you know, a core mission, and childcare is, you know, after school care is expanding that mission. And so whether it's part of this motion or at an upcoming meeting, I think it's really important that we address that mission, right? Like if we are going to be committed to investing district funds and personnel, I think that's really important that we improve. I guess this is a question. Do you think we need to adjust our mission, Dr. Provost, if we are pursuing this motion?
Well, I guess what I would say is that there's nothing in the district improvement plan that we just approved that has to do with childcare. This will be somewhat of a drain on central office as we try to get this started, and especially if we go to all 4 schools. And so I think we might have to adjust some expectations on what we're able to accomplish with respect to the goals that were set out in the district improvement plan. You can only focus on so many things at once, is what I would say. I don't think we should change our mission. I think we outlined our mission as we went through that lengthy process of developing the new district improvement plan. But if this is something important to the school committee and to the community, I've often said that no plan is perfect, especially a 3-year plan is not going to be able to anticipate everything. But the more things you bring in that are external, it means less attention can be paid on to what you said was important when you started the process. So I would say don't change the mission, but maybe adjust some of the expectations for what we can do in the core mission when we take on some of these other projects.
And so it's interesting that I feel like I'm hearing like a double-edged sword or what have you with that, because in a way it would be an adjustment to our mission, like especially if we go to 4 schools. So, you know, and I do think, and I credit, this is an idea that came from conversations with the PTOs, specifically with Bridge Street School, about expanding, you know, looking at the value and the that after school and before school care does to the actual instructional day. And so there's a lot of improvements during the instructional that happen when you can provide those programs. So if we can expand, I do think it's worthwhile to, as a school committee, to say, are we going to include this within what we're investing in within our future district improvement plans, within future budgeting? And I think that then becomes, you know, important to make that statement within what we're providing, whether we are going to become this more community centered schooling that is not just about the academic day. So maybe it's hopefully I don't think that has to happen for this motion, but I did want to see if it did. Doesn't sound like you're saying it does. And then I would love to see us have that conversation moving forward. And with that, I'll pause and let others folks talk and bring up anything else I might have later.
Okay, so we've got several more hands. I just want to be mindful of our agenda and mindful that this is that we don't get too far down into sort of the budget numbers here of a program that we're asking the superintendent to license and pilot. So, Member Sarah P. Cox.
My only question is just to confirm that this pilot program would continue to have the flexibility that the current program has around being able to have partial use, like you pay by the hour instead of like the Y where you have to pay for the whole chunk, like a subscription.
That's correct. That's how we built it.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
Thank you. So I have a question, Member Goldman. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. So your motion, I think the only change I really heard was whether it's emerging or emergency licensure or licensure, but just to make sure I got it right, you're saying that we would help continue the license program at Leeds, and we would also make a commitment to looking at the strengths and weaknesses, whatever, of that program, and duplicating a great state-of-the-art program at all schools the following fall. Is that more or less, what did I miss?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, and I think, one of the things that I'm finding really odd about this conversation, to be honest, is that this whole time until recently, and I think maybe this is a question for you, Dr. Provost, is that I've been thinking about the program at Leeds as being independent, and thinking of it as being independent and self-run and self-generated and self-funded made it much easier for me to kind of separate what the school committee's role is and what the school committee's role isn't. I don't hardly remember, I don't know if we even voted on the Leeds after school program. I don't remember having that much involvement of it. I just know that we were aware of it, but it really was not an issue until the funding issue became apparent. I see you nodding ahead. That's pretty accurate.
That's correct.
Okay, but then I think through the last few months, and you've been straightforward with this, I think reflecting on this issue, which has taken a lot of our time, reflecting on HR, our budget director's time on this, some issues obviously about licensure, even though it's a school program, it does reflect on the district and we need to make sure that we're licensed, and other stuff. I think that you've maybe changed your mind on that and now you're thinking that this is more of a district run program, or what, am I right? Because it just doesn't feel like we're talking about a individual school program anymore. It feels like we're talking about a district program.
So the program ran without any type of intervention or support from the district. The only, I don't want to belabor the point that I made in answering Member Condon's question, but as we became aware of some variances with policies, we had to step in because even though it was organized by PTO or whatever, it was staffed by school employees, it's happening in a school building, it was definitely fell within the definition of a school-sponsored event. So we had to align it with our policies. And that is what, I think started to make it feel like a district program. And now, there's another step that's involved with this motion, which would be to consider bringing a similar program to all of the elementary schools. And I guess also probably, maybe this is something I'd like to clarify, if in January the decision was made that this was a valuable thing to try to replicate, would we be telling the Y that they're no longer welcome in our schools, or would be competing with the Y within our schools? I'm not sure. So to your point, I still think it's still childcare. It still needs to be self-funding, in my opinion. I think the school committee's education funds need to go to education, but the district can help to set up a structure. Agawam, I think, did this a little bit more cleanly by saying their childcare run at the school belongs to the city and not to the schools. But obviously, the school committee doesn't have the jurisdiction to tell the city to create a childcare program. They would have the jurisdiction to tell me to create a childcare program, but my strong opinion would be it would still have to be self-funding and all those things. It would be subject to our policies, and we would run it through our payroll and all of that, but
minimize our involvement.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I kind of like that idea. I kind of like Member Goldman's idea as well, which is different. So, I mean, I think we have two good ideas. But so I guess what I need then, if we're still talking about this being an independent program, I would love to hear, and maybe you don't have the answer, maybe Principal Wenz, if she's on the phone, feel free. But I would like to know what Leeds wants to do. If they're going to pay for a coordinator, if they're going to pay for a nurse, if they're going to pay for a curriculum, if they're going to pay for professional development of their staff, if they're going to maybe hire new staff, which is what I understand out of school time requires, is that something they want to continue? They really have no choice, right? We need to get licensed if we're going to run a program. Is that accurate, Dr. Provost?
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah,
I did
I'm
about this, and they said, yes, you get it licensed.
We have to get a license, and it's no secret any longer. And I'm not sure how much time they give us, but is it possible, can either you or Principal Wenz explain where Leeds is with this and the people who run the program at Leeds?
Principal Wenz is on the call, so I would invite her to speak to that instead of speaking for her.
If you're there, Principal Wenz, you feel okay in just addressing that point?
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We are in the process of hiring a coordinator for the program. And then we have to get the staff who would like to work the program. So we're kind of at a standstill right now until a decision is made. But once it's put forth, we're ready to go. The families have expressed what they wish to have happen at Leeds. And so, you know, dependent upon how the vote and how this goes, we're ready to do whatever it takes to get it up and running.
And that includes getting fully licensed. Are you aware of all the requirements?
Yes,
Okay.
I've been working with Nick and Dr. Provost on this. Yeah.
Great. And you're confident that Leeds will be able to get licensed when, I'm not sure again how long DESE or EEC gives you, but do you have any concerns about getting licensed, or just a question of us give? Okay, great. And so who's going to pay for that?
So there is a balance in the Leeds after school account, or the late bird account and an early bird account that we can use as seed money for it. And then the rest of it will be paid for by the increase in tuition.
Okay, so the plan is for it to continue to be self-running without any district funds outside of the time that is growing, but maybe we want to minimize it.
Correct.
Okay, so okay, is this a program, Principal Wenz? I don't know if you've had any opportunity to talk to your three principal colleagues. Is this a program you feel could be replicated at the other schools? You have any idea? Has that been looked into yet, or is it just a guess at this point?
I'm sorry, my sound went. So can you repeat your question?
Yeah, sure. I don't know the extent that you might have talked to your colleagues, but is the program that is set up at Leeds something that you feel is feasible to be set up at the other school districts, maybe within, I think Member Goldman's idea was at least 6 months and maybe a year, but is this something that could be set up at the other school districts to run a similar program to yours?
I think it could. I think the district needs to look at, you know, is that where the district wants to go? I think you need to, you know, do you want to have? I think it all depends on where everyone wants to go with this, and we also need to see how successful it's going to be, and if the price increase that we've projected will work and that it covers all the costs and things like that. So, you know, like Nick said, there are a lot of variables here with the policy of how many kids are free, how many people will pay. You know, the question of the $8 was, it used to be $8, but it was $8 for the whole afternoon, the 2 hours.
Right.
The after you didn't have a choice of by hour. So
I got you, but it was only $2 an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it was $4 an hour because it was only 2 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And the other issue that Dr. Provost brought up, I think, was that the Leeds program may not be serving kids who would otherwise qualify for financial assistance. If I heard that right, is that true at Leeds, or is that something you're also plan on resolving?
When it becomes a licensed program, that's when you can look at vouchers and things like that.
Can I jump in on that?
Go ahead.
Yes,
Jim.
please.
Prior to being licensed, that was going to be addressed. That was one of the things that was driving the price increase we were looking at. Principal Wentz pointed out to me that the Late Bird program wasn't offering tuition-free attendance for students who were eligible for free and reduced lunch. And I said, that has to change. The school committee has a very clear policy on that. And so part of the price increase was to subsidize the students who were eligible for free and reduced lunch, which started the latest iteration of this conversation.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much, Principal Wenz. I don't know if other folks would have a question. I have one last question for Member Goldman. Does your idea talk about when the programs would theoretically begin at the other elementary schools? You said we would discuss the pilot in January, but was there a time to begin the after-school opportunities?
In the fall, next fall.
Okay,
fall
so
2022.
and in the meantime, the Y would be Member Seraphy Cox. The Y would be at the other three
Correct.
schools. Okay.
Yes, it would be status quo at the other schools for this school year.
All right. Thanks very much, everybody. I appreciate it greatly.
Okay, Member Goldman has her hand up. I'm not sure if she's able to. Member Goldman?
Hi, I'd like to give Member Fallon a chance to speak before I speak again, because she hasn't had a chance to speak yet. And also I see John's hand up and might have some timely information. Thank you.
Member Fallon.
Thanks. Well, I did want to point out that we're 3.5 hours into the meeting and on our first item of business, and I have no intention of suspending the rules myself tonight. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but I am uncomfortable with the motion as it stands. I don't feel comfortable. I think that the Y has been a valuable community partner, and to just write them off without giving them the opportunity to do something to offer a more flexible service to the community, or to somehow model themselves in a different way, seems to me to be not being respectful of that relationship. And so I would feel more comfortable if we were to amend the motion to support the licensing at Leeds and run it as a pilot program and assess it in January. And in the meantime, you know, that would give the opportunity to the Y to see if there's anything they could do, whether it's seek alternate funding or grant funding, or, you know, apply to the community foundation or to the collaborative or something, so that there's some way that maybe they could also be more flexible in the services that they were providing. Because I'd hate to just, I mean, they're not even a part of this conversation, and yet they've been serving our community and our schools for so long. So I'm just uncomfortable with that being a part of the motion and them not being a part of this conversation.
I would just say that I think that the motion does leave room for that, because the decision happens in January. The decision isn't happening today.
But wasn't part of the motion that it was an expectation that it would be implemented at all 4 schools?
And John clarified that that the vote to actually implement it would happen in January after the committee considered the results of his studies.
Right, but John didn't make the motion. I'm sorry, the motion was so long ago, I can't even remember the motion.
Right.
So what was the motion? What motion are we voting on?
Kaya had a share screen for it, but I think John had made a suggestion to change that, and I don't know if Kaya, if you changed that language.
I would be happy to speak on behalf of my motion and let you know that the motion, can you hear me? I guess I'm wondering if you can hear me, because
we can hear you. We can hear you
Oh, good.
Clearly and crisply.
Great.
Yep.
Okay. Very well. The motion is the motion is to direct the superintendent to secure licensure for the Leeds Elementary after-school childcare program to be district held, right? And then with the intent to run it as a pilot program this year to be extended and expanded as a district-wide program for all 4 elementary schools the following years. And for the superintendent to present findings and recommendations at the January school committee meeting. So Laura, do you want to continue? I have some,
Yeah.
I sort of have other things to say, but I know the floor is
It's
yours.
that with the intent sentence that I'm struggling with. That's the part that I would amend.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, the intent part was because I also deeply respect and appreciate our relationship with the Y. And so and it is already August, and I don't want to stop working with the Y if we don't have something better to offer. And it's a high bar. The Y is has licensure. They've been doing after-school childcare for so many students all across the country. People in North, we have a great Y. People love it. But there's just such in the interest of equity, important to bring all the schools to have the same programming. And there was a very loud request for us to, and specifically because of the reasons why people appreciated the LEADS program, that my motion is for us to move towards an equitable solution where all 4 schools have the same programming, and that instead of switching LEADS to the Y this year, we would see about making, but we have to be in compliance. So let's just start by making the LEADS program compliant, and then seeing if we can build an in-house program that can go district-wide, that still supports the school running like a school and the after-school program running as an after-school program. The intent piece is that I don't want LEADS to go through all this licensure if we're not if we don't actually hope that it will become a model for the district. I think it's a lot of work. And so that's why there's that intent piece. The idea is that we would get the idea is that the LEADS program would come into compliance and we would build it out as if it were going to be district-wide instead of just as if it'll just be a small school program. But I do hope that John will come back in January, and I don't know, what it means to have reports and findings, but really to talk about the validity of the program, the equity of the program, and this sort of a thing. And then I just want to clarify about the costs. Previously, the LEADS program was $8 for early bird the whole time and $8 for the afternoon program the whole time. Together, that would be $16 a day. But if it was only afternoon, it would be $8, whether you did 1 hour or 2 hours. Then we changed it to 4 hours, $4 per hour. For 3 hours, that would be 12 hours. So it was a change from 16 a day to 12 a day, or $3.50 to $4 an hour. And then now it's being moved to $6 an hour, which is 18, but you have 18 for the 3 hour chunk, but you still have the flexibility to do 12 or 6, which is, sort of back to where we before, but making sure the program is compliant, which I think is of the utmost importance.
Okay. Dr. Provost, your hand is up.
Sure. I think I understand where Member Fallon is having some difficulty. It's the same place I'm having difficulty. Was I was trying to clarify when I was speaking to the version that Member Seraphy Cox put forward. I think the intent word to me suggests that we're doing this in preparation to go district-wide next year. Now, what happens if I come in January and tell you, this is the worst thing we've ever done? We shouldn't go forward and try to replicate it in other places. Or what if at the next few meetings when parents who like the Y come forward and say, don't take away our program? I'm wondering if a better word might be to say information needed about the possibility of going district-wide or something like that. So I come to you, I tell you how it's going, I tell you what it would take to go district-wide, and then you can make a decision about whether or not you want to do that or not. Would that be a clearer language for everyone?
That sounds great. I will adjust. I don't know if I take friendly amendments from John, but I would certainly adjust my amendment. I mean, adjust my my motion to take out with the intent. I'm trying to think of how to reword it.
Make an informed decision about going forward with the district-wide program or something?
Yeah.
Or about the possibility of going forward with the district-wide program?
Held. So how about this? Motion to direct the superintendent to secure licensure for the Leeds Elementary after-school childcare program to be district held. That's over there. And then for the superintendent to present findings and recommendations at the January school committee meeting to, and what's the word you want here?
On the feasibility of.
Yeah. Determine the feasibility.
Creating a district-wide program, or whatever the rest of the language was.
Okay. Okay. And for the superintendent to present findings and recommendations at the January school committee meeting to determine the feasibility of extending it as a district-wide program for all four elementary schools the following year. John, does that capture it? Thank you.
Okay, sir. Member Gold. Member Gold?
Yes. Can you put the text up, Member Goldman? Is there a way you can share it? Because I think it'll help me explain what I'm trying to say better if we all saw it. And well, while you're doing that, I think the intention that we're trying to get at is to have a singular program within the district in the next year, if I'm not mistaken. We're trying to say, like, in the name of equity, all four schools should have the same program, hopefully that it's flexible and affordable, like we're seeing in Leeds. But it doesn't have to be the Leeds program. He might come back and say, it can't be the Leeds program, it's got to be this other thing. Or he might come back and say, it's got to be the Y. Like, the best option we have is the Y, and it is the Y at all the four schools. But I think an important piece of the equity here that I know the other schools were advocating for was that that all four schools have a program, that we have a unified program across the four schools. I don't know if that's in the tenor of the motion as it stands. And I want to honor that, what we're hearing from a lot of the folks in the community.
Member Goldman, do you want to speak to that, or?
Sorry, I was trying to share my screen. Do you want to say that again, Ronnie?
That I think a big thing we're hearing from the community is that in the name of equity, all our four schools should have there should be a district-wide after-school program.
Yeah.
Whether it could be the Y, for all we know, it could be the Y next year. I'm not saying we don't need to define what it is, but I do think in the motion needs to say that something along the lines of that we're doing this year with the intention in the coming year, there's a singular program at all four schools.
Well, I think the adjustment moves it in that direction. And I would also say that to Member Fallon's point, the Y has has had a lot of communication with our community over this issue, actually. And for their reasons, for their reasons, their values, their own priorities, weren't able to make any adjustments to what they would offer this fall. And, they aren't a part of the district. We certainly can't tell them how to run their childcare program to the greater extent,
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we would, what I'm saying is that it could be, I would say if we don't delineate what the program is, whether, because I'm saying that it could be the Y at all the 4 schools, but in 2022 to 23, we are not in the situation where one school has one program available to its community and another school and the other 3 schools have a less affordable or what have you program. You know what I'm saying? Like we want to make sure that, yeah.
I don't know why. My
Want to
computer's
copy paste an email
bothering.
to me? I can share screen.
The idea I had of making the motion the way I did was because the LEADS program was out of compliance. And I felt that in asking the LEADS program to go through so much effort to come and to go through the effort they would to come into compliance, and knowing that we want all schools to have the same programming, that when I advocate for LEADS to come into compliance so their program can continue, I'm doing that with the idea that it's something the community wants, and we're sort of leaning in that direction. But we're not rushing into it. We're just saying we're going to get LEADS straightened out. We're going to see if that can be the program that's for all 4 schools, and then move forward. And of course, if it doesn't work and we have to come up with something else, we'll do that. Hope maybe Mayor Narkowitz will, at his next meeting, adopt the after-school childcare program for the city. Maybe not.
If I win the Vax lottery, perhaps. Okay, Member Busanski. Member Busanski, you had your hand up next.
Yep, sorry, I was muted. I'm now unmuted. I just wanted to second what Member Fallon was saying about the Y being a longtime trusted partner, and I don't want to write them off as a possibility for next year. I understand they weren't able to make the changes for this year, but I just want to make sure that they are a part of this conversation because I think that's just important and that's respectful of our community partners as we're moving forward. But I understand the importance of getting this kind of sewn up and getting a really solid program in place for LEADS, especially for this year. And even though it isn't able to be a comparable program at every single school this year, that you'll work towards getting that sorted out by next year, which sounds great. So with that in mind, no more hands are raised. I'd like to call the question.
Okay.
Can we see the motion? Is there a way to see the text? There's a whole lot that's being said in this motion, and I really think it's important that we all see we're actually voting on.
Well, I mean, it's been read several times, and we don't really.
Well, there seems to be adjustments with. So could you read it one last time for me? I guess, and I'll digest it. The actual. Yeah.
All right.
Close your eyes and envision it, Ronnie.
The motion is to direct the superintendent to secure licensure for LEADS Elementary After-School Childcare Program to be district held, and for the superintendent to present findings and recommendations at the January school committee meeting to determine the feasibility of extending it as a district-wide program for all 4 elementary schools the following year.
Okay, I'll ask Member Gold.
I called the question, so I don't know if
Well-
we're still having discussion.
Well, calling the question requires a second and a majority vote. So
Okay, thank you.
I'll
if someone would
second
Well,
I'll second it.
okay.
I was
So
just
there's a
making sure we know that this is saying no to the Y next year. That's what the language says, just to be clear.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, that's, okay.
That clearly
so-
says that. That clearly says that it's going to be the Leeds program. Unless I misheard it. I tried writing it down and listening. It's saying to make the Leeds program district-wide next, explore making the Leeds program district-wide next year.
I believe it's
That's-
asking the superintendent to provide a report on the feasibility of that. That's correct. But I don't think it's saying that it's enacting it. It's saying the feasibility of extending a pilot district-wide. But I don't think it rules out the possibility that he may come and say it's not feasible or we need to maintain. So I guess I respectfully disagree. And rather than take a vote on the motion to call the question, I'd prefer to just call the roll call on the motion on the table if we could, in the interest of time.
Agreed. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so let's ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoit,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
and Member Levy.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Getting back to item 7, we do have some folks that are here tonight at the request of Member Busansky to speak on a couple of items. And so she has requested that we move those up. Those would be items H and I, which is the measure to endorse a House bill, as well as the city pesticide ordinance. So I'm going to do that and turn the floor over to Member Busansky.
Thank you, Mayor Narcoitz. I'm actually requesting that I'm also requesting that we take item I first, the vote.
Oh, that's right. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Adopt
Take
city
item I
budget.
first. Sure.
Okay, so we are, so the budget, and just to give sort of a brief history of time, the Budget and Property Subcommittee was charged in June with being asked to look at not only just removing pesticides from school grounds, our school grounds, but also the House bill, endorsing House Bill 926. So we have met and we were asked to bring it back to the full school committee for this meeting. So we have met 3 times during that period. Our last meeting was yesterday afternoon, and we ended at 5:45. So we also asked for some information that I know was sent around to school committee members this afternoon, which I realize is really a short amount of time for you to read it and process it. And even I have some questions about some of the information that was sent out. So I'm going to try and just, I'd like us to just kind of go over it tonight, and hopefully we can vote on it tonight, but I also understand if we can't, but at least I'll get to give you a fuller update and you'll all be sort of abreast of where we're at. And I'm hoping we can sort of resolve it tonight. I do want to thank, we had a really wide-ranging group from our school employees, city employees, the members of the Select Committee on Pesticide Reduction, and everyone really, I just feel like participated fully and added so much to the discussion. It was a really rich discussion, and it's a really complicated issue. And I know we were charged with coming back and giving you a definitive number on how much this would cost us to move to an organically managed program. But unfortunately, by the end of yesterday, I don't think there is really a definitive number, a budgetary number that we can come up with not to mention when you weigh it against whatever that cost is of continuing to expose our children to pesticides on our playing fields. So let me walk you through quickly what we found out, and then I'm going to invite ask our invited guests to speak as well. So, you know, hats off to Tony Kusneros, who has been working to move us towards a more, towards getting rid of a number of toxic pesticides on our playing fields. Out of all of our playgrounds, playing fields, school property, the only place that any toxic pesticide is still being used is actually on the NHS playing fields. And the one pesticide that is being used is to get rid of crabgrass. So it's a pre-emergent crabgrass killer. That is the one remaining toxic pesticide. And Tony, I think, has just been kind of slowly but surely working his way at getting rid of pesticide after pesticide on our playing field. So I think that was really kind of great to find out. And now getting us over this last hump is definitely challenging. But as you heard in public comment, the city did pass an ordinance to get rid of using pesticides on all city property in 2019. And that came out of much work that was done by the Select Committee on Pesticide Reduction. And we have Elisa Klein, who was the city councilor at that time, and Adele Franks, who is one of the co-chairs of that committee, who have stayed up really late. It's now after 10 o'clock to just give you I hope, like a succinct overview. I'm sure they don't want to go on, and also be available to answer any questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Elisa and Adele to give you a little more information about that ordinance, which we are considering adopting for our schools. Elisa and Adele, thank you for joining us.
Adele, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. I thought you might describe the ordinance first, but I will start, and I just want to say that this is past my bedtime. So for those of you who I haven't met, I'm a retired public health physician, and I chaired the Northampton City Council Select Committee on Pesticide Reduction. And in the course of that, we discovered that the American Public Health Association very early in 2007 issued a very strong statement about the need to protect the public in general from pesticides. And the American Academy of Pediatrics in 2012 very carefully reviewed all the evidence pertaining to children and the impact of pesticides on children, and determined that, in fact, there was pretty strong evidence that pesticide exposure in children can lead to leukemia, brain tumors, and cognitive impairment of various kinds. And they issued a very strong statement about the importance of protecting children from pesticides. So, so I know that you all are interested in what would it cost to transition from using pesticides on school playing fields. And I think that's really the wrong question. Because from my perspective, it's far more important to protect the health of our children than it is to have pristine playing fields. And I don't know how you would calculate the cost of a case of leukemia or a brain tumor or cognitive impairment in children. It's just unacceptable from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Elisa, did you want to?
Yeah, I have a few kind of prepared comments. And first of all, I want to say thank you for your service to all of you school committee members. I know what it is to serve and to do these very difficult and long meetings, and I really appreciate your work. So I am Elisa Klein. I'm the former Northampton City Councilor who initiated the City Council Select Committee on Pesticide Reduction. I also wrote and introduced the ordinance that prohibits pesticide use in municipal green spaces that was passed unanimously by the City Council in 2019. And I really appreciate that you are considering extending organic management to the school grounds and playing fields, school playing fields, because we were not able to legislate on that. So I'm here really to answer any questions you might have for me, but I do want to address the question around cost, because I've been kind of led to believe and saw in the meetings of the subcommittee that there was this kind of locus of this locus of focus on, how much is it going to cost the city? Can the city afford this? So I want to talk to you about two things. The first is the concept of true cost accounting, which many of you may know. It incorporates hidden and external costs into a cost analysis, and I think that that's a very key piece for making a decision about prohibiting pesticides. True cost accounting thinks more kind of deeply and extensively and longitudinally about the implications of a financial decision. So if we think about the public health costs that Adele was referring to of deciding not to transition to organic management, so to continue to use pesticides on the school's playing fields, the human health costs of ongoing exposure to pesticides are enormous. So these include all the ways in which pesticide exposure is known to affect human beings and particularly children, as Adele was saying. And we do need to note, though, that some of these only show up longitudinally. So we know for a fact that there are increased healthcare costs, loss of productivity due to pesticide-related illness, poor educational outcomes from pesticide exposure. There are many studies that show that that is true for children, and even fatalities, as Adele alluded to. And just so you know, I don't know if this is the document that Member Busanski was talking about, but I did pass on to Member Busanski a meta-analysis of 61 studies. And that meta-analysis determined that the human health costs associated with the use of pesticides are as high as $15 billion a year in the United States alone. So $15 billion a year that are costs that we as a society bear because of the use of pesticides. And to take it one step further, the true cost of pesticides are even higher when you take into account the other ways in which pesticides cause harm and incur costs. So environmental damages, climate change as a result of their use, the disintegration of the bee and other pollinator populations and all of the related degradation of biodiversity as a result, harm to and loss of wildlife and their habitat. There are also regulatory costs that are borne by the public from regulating the pesticides themselves, which is a whole industry in and of itself, to the need to monitor the safety of water supplies and other natural resources because of the pollution caused by pesticides. And then the costs of the water, soil, and air pollution caused by pesticide use and its cleanup that we as a society do pay for. So these are costs that truly are borne by our municipality, by all of us in this society. The other thing that I want to share, and I really won't take up too much more of your time, I know that it's late, is we need to talk about how organic management of turf in particular ultimately saves money. And that's something that you might not be told when you ask for the costs of, the tractors and the how many FTEs will it take to manage the turf organically. There are studies that show, multiple studies that show that possibly in the first 3 years of organic management, there are elevated costs. But within 3 to 5 years after the initiation of organic management of turf, the costs even out. And we see this, Harvard University, for instance, you may have heard about this about 14 years ago, did some experimentation. It turned one of its quads into a completely organically managed piece of turf. And being the research institution that it is, they documented the process very carefully. And after just a few years, they saw that they were able to reduce irrigation needs by 30%, and they saved 2 million gallons of water a year due to reduced demand for water. They also saved about $35,000 a year by not trucking the grass waste to an offsite location. Instead, they would use the clippings as compost as part of a full organic program. So in doing so, they have saved another $10,000 a year because they're using clippings instead of fertilizer, and certainly not petroleum-based fertilizer that's also very harmful. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has instituted a number of sites of organic turf management. To quote them directly, they said, in the long term, organic management actually costs less. Once established, organic turf uses less water, less fertilizers, and requires less labor for mowing and maintenance. And last, Chip Osborne, who is kind of this nationally renowned turf grass expert, organic turf grass expert, did a pretty massive study on the costs of converting conventional turf to organic turf management on school athletic fields specifically. And the report that he wrote concludes that once established, an organic turf management program results in savings of more than 25% compared to a conventional turf program. I just talked to him recently about this, and he says that he concluded that report in 2010. He says that since then, the materials that have come onto the scene actually increase those the cost savings. So it's higher than that 25% from this 2010 study. And the absolute last thing that I want to say to you is, when I was working with the select committee on pesticide reduction and writing the ordinance for the city, I also I inquired about and ended up applying for a grant from Stonyfield Farms, the yogurt folks. They offer to 3 municipalities a year the opportunity to be trained by Chip Osborne, this nationally renowned expert in turf management, organic turf management. They offer his services that are equivalent to something like $45,000 to train staff in how to do this, and also donate $20,000 to a municipality to kind of get them going with organic turf management, to buy materials and supplies. So I know that that is still in the offing for the city, and that's still an available resource. And I think it's a resource that can really launch you forward in feeling more comfortable about voting to transition to organic management. So thank you very much for your time. I'm sure that was longer than you had hoped, but I hope it was helpful, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
It was. Thank you. Thank you very much, Elisa and Adele, both of you. And it's past my bedtime too, but we're going to push ahead. So I do want to add that we had Donna Lascalia, head of DPW, at our meeting yesterday, and she was able to talk us through some of the adjustments that they made in going organic, because all the city playing fields are organic, right? Of course, plus more to this ordinance, and so she did talk about I learned more about aeration and compaction than I ever thought I would, but the need to rotate fields, additional mowing. And we did talk about some of the complexities that might be involved with, I think it was field hockey. I know we have Dave Prue and John Provost, that field hockey, there's a sort of a mowing issue, but we're not even really quite sure about that complexity, but it could be. And then we did ask her to pull some numbers, and the spreadsheet that school committee members received this afternoon is the first time I saw it also this afternoon. I'm not even quite sure how to read it properly, because the numbers seemed really pretty scary, huge, but it's not really broken down in a really usable way. So I apologize for that. And I wish that we could kind of drill down into that further, but I do just want to go back to what Elisa was saying about the cost, that organic may cost more in the beginning, but the cost savings over time, and the studies that she cited, as well as the ability for us to take advantage of this Stonyfield grant with the expert in this field, Chip Osborne. So I think that.
So there are some questions. There are some hands raised. Yep. Member Busansky. I also, before I call on the other members, I do feel I kind of need to just sort of put out there, because there were some comments made in the public comment, and that in fact the city had already moved to organic field management 2 years before the ordinance passed. So the ordinance may have codified that the city should use those practices, but we had already done that prior to the formation of the select committee and prior to the passage of the ordinance. So I just wanted to kind of correct the historical and factual record there. So let's go to member Seraphy Cox, who has her hand up.
Thank you, Member Bucianski, for bringing this and for bringing this wealth of information, and to our guests for being here tonight, way past all of our bedtimes. Excuse me for the noise. I just am really excited that it's clear that the subcommittee has really thought this through and taken a lot of time and consideration. And so I'm really excited to vote yes on this. I know that there's not a motion on the floor. Member Bucianski, do you have a motion to bring to us, or would you like me to make a motion?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, we don't, as a school committee, we don't have ordinances. So I think it would be referring this to rules and policy to make it into a policy. Does that sound right, Mayor Narkowitz or Dr. Provost?
Yeah, it would need to be a policy. So we would need to, that would be basically, the ordinance serves as a policy for the city. So we would need a policy adopted by the school committee.
Then
right.
I would make a motion to refer this issue to the subcommittee on rules and policy.
Second. Thank you, Member Seraphy Cox.
So you've made a motion, you've seconded it, Member Bucianski? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Oh, well, won't we have discussion? There are some hands up.
Oh, sorry about that. Hope springs eternal. Member Fallon.
I think that when I was asking about cost, part of the question was knowing that we have to rotate fields, and that the high school doesn't actually have that many fields that they can let something sit for 12 months. Would we have to rent a field? Would we? And that's when the question of turf kind of came in. And I understand you have concerns, but I don't know much about it. I don't understand. And I think that's where, when I asked you guys to address it, like, I don't know anything about it. I understand that there's savings as far as water, and that wouldn't have to be rested. And I don't know if that's like a hybrid approach, like if there's if there's one field that wouldn't need to be rotated. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, can we do both? So I guess that's my only question, is when I was talking about costs, is there a cost to, or that we're going to incur by having to rent fields or anything like that, because we're going to have to let space essentially lie unused?
Right. Well, I would like to, I would like to let Dr. Provost and Dave Prue, the new athletic director, answer that question. But before they do, I just want to point out that in the ordinance, it says that that there's 3 years from the date of ratification to actually move to transition towards organic. And of course, I think since we're only using one toxic pesticide, I would hope we'd be able to make that move a lot faster. And we'll get into that a little more when we talk about the House bill. But there is some time to figure that out in terms of capital.
Right, that's what I was going to ask, is if it's a 3-year plan, then we could work it into the capital improvement plan if there's anything that we need to, I mean, I think that's why we wanted to talk about it as far as the expenses, is to make it sure that it's worked into the capital plan, right?
Right. Dave or Dr. Provost, would you like to respond or add something to the conversation?
Sure, if I could start, and then maybe Dave could bring it home. So I can speak to best practices in general. As I've learned, I've in many conversations said I'm not an expert, but at this point I'm starting to feel like I am an expert in this. So best practice is that you use a field for a season and then you rest it for a year. what Donna explained is that they can't do best practices because there's no way they could rest a field for a year for every season. They're using them almost year round. So what they've gone to and what works okay for them is to rest a field every fourth year and to rotate its orientation every year. Now, obviously, we can't take the football field and turn it 108, or I guess it'd be 90 degrees because it's surrounded by a track. There might be some other fields, maybe like the lacrosse field or the field hockey field that would be amenable to rotation because they're not bounded by other things that can't be moved. But I'm not sure about that, so Dave can talk about that. The one thing that I think we would have to do pretty much immediately is find an alternate site for field hockey. That's the field hockey issue that you mentioned earlier, Member Bazansky. And I did ask Dave to make some contacts to area ADs and schools and see if that's something that would be feasible and how we might manage that. So I think he's here to speak to that. But Dave, if you can also talk about, would it be possible to rotate the orientation of some of the fields in order, and this is around compaction. It's so you don't have the same area being where the goal is every year. You kind of move it around so you can sort of rest the field even while you're using it.
Yeah. So speaking about that and the rotation of fields, I'd have to take the dimensions, but currently, all three fields. So we have the stadium field that is a grass surface. It's lighted, but that is only used for games. We do not practice on the stadium field because with the combination of two soccer programs and football, if we were to use that every day, it would get completely torn up. So in order to save the quality of the game field, that is used for game only. So our only practice facility is the backfields on the other side of the parking lot, that lower parking lot. And in the fall, it is the practice football field on the left side of the field, one practice soccer field for both varsity programs in the middle. And then we have on the right side, the field hockey field that's used for both games and practices. In the spring, those fields end up becoming the outfield for both softball and baseball, which obviously the orientations would not be able to be used. So it's not something that could be rested for the spring season and used in the fall season. Maybe the dimensions, but I think if we were to reorient them and go the other way, I think you'd start to get in the way of the, maybe the infields of baseball, softball, the pitcher's mound, which obviously can't be taken out. And honestly, without actually looking at the dimensions of that full area, I don't think it's perfectly square. So you might not be able to switch it from a vertical to a horizontal the following year. So I don't think that's really a possibility. And then with field hockey, right now we first have Raleigh and the grounds crew mow it, that section as low as they possibly can. Talked to Raleigh today, and it goes down to about 2 inches of grass length. Then we have a specialized walk behind mower that's used for grass field hockey surfaces that brings it down to about 1.5 inches to 1 inch of grass height. And just to compare that to a lot of the turf fields that we play on when we go to other schools, best practice for field turf maintenance is to make sure that you're filling your infill to a height that only leaves about 3/4 of an inch exposed. So I know there's talk about, the proper grass length in order to, maintain a quality of turf surface using the organic surfaces. And I think ideally that is a 3-inch grass height, which would render the ability to play a sport such as field hockey, with the ball roll, and in fact, I think it would make it very hard to play on that surface at that grass height. I did reach out to Smith College. I haven't started reaching out to the high schools yet, but I reached out to Smith from my time at Western New England. I've worked a lot with them as a fellow Division III institution that's local. They said in the past they've been able to, give us and give maybe a game on their turf. They don't know if they're going to be accepting any visitors. And unfortunately, there's a bit of a line. I guess Mount Holyoke has had an issue with their turf, and they've currently requested to play and practice their entire field hockey season at Smith College this fall. So Teresa, the assistant AD over there, was saying that, she doesn't know much about it. Her AD just got back from a vacation today, went right into a COVID meeting. They don't know what their visitor policy is going to be, if they could bring us over, if they'd allow fans. If we could play any games over there, they might not allow fans. And she doesn't even know what our availability might be. So at least at Smith, it doesn't sound very viable if we were to have to go off site and rent a turf somewhere.
Okay, so we have Member Gold has a hand.
I see Dr. Provost has his. Do you have something to add at all? Or?
I just forgot to put it down.
No worries. So yeah, great. As a member of the budget subcommittee, briefly, just thank you again to everyone who came to our meetings. I really appreciated the emergence, how we had public and private, the public and the public schools, and individuals coming and just trying to help us to figure this out. We got really close at yesterday's meeting. I would share that I thought that we should wait until we get some more information. Donald Escalia just got us that $440,000 that in materials, that seems like, in staffing that it would cost. It doesn't include what the fields would cost. By all means, I wish and hope we can do this. At the same time, I don't know how we reconcile, or at least we need to make sure we're aware of that. I mean, we might be looking at anywhere from, the $440,000 right now is close to 2% of our annual school budget, if I'm not mistaken. And we might be looking at 3 to 5%, asking us to find 3 to 5% in our school budget to pay for this, if we include renting other fields or anything like that. I mean, right, just at the bare minimum that Donna was able to run. So I just felt that we should need to do our fiduciary responsibility and delay voting on it tonight, or moving it anywhere to where we're committing to it until we at least know the actual numbers. I'm happy to say yes to it if we know the numbers, but I feel like we have that responsibility to really know the cost and be able to say to our community, yes, we knew this cost and we're agreeing to this, even if it does mean any potential cuts or what have you elsewhere within the budget. So I would advocate for us to, I would be voting, if moving into rules and policy means that we're agreeing to budgeting for this, I would be voting no. So I guess that's a question I have.
Well, all we're doing is referring it to rules and policy and asking them to bring a policy back to us. And then it would have to go through our normal policy process. So at which point these kinds of questions could still be asked and be germane. So I don't think you're foreclosing the questions you have. Am I mischaracterizing that, Member Busanski?
I believe you are mischaracterizing it. Then I think we need to take a bigger vote on voting to ban pesticide use on our school playing fields and referring it to rules and policy. But I can ask the motion maker, which is not me, but it's Member Seraphy Cox, if you feel, Mayor Narkowitz, it needs a friendly amendment to clarify that. But it's true, I do think we are making a decision to vote on this now, not to just refer to rules and policy so that it can then come back and we can rehash all of the information all over again. That seems like an undue burden on rules and policy and a waste of, well, that's too strong of a word, but redoing.
What I meant was that you were directing them to develop a policy banning the use of pesticides, but it still has to come back for a vote. And
right,
so
it does.
I'm just saying this isn't the final word on this tonight at 10:31. There'd be other opportunities to discuss. That's all.
But Mayor, I think what Member Busanski's saying is, why would you have me go to the work of developing a policy if we haven't even agreed that we're willing to do this?
Exactly.
Thank you.
So to Member Busanski's point, I would be happy to clarify that the committee that is indeed the committee's intention.
Right. And I want to just add to this conversation that, New York State has banned the use of pesticides on playing fields for all of their school playing fields. So that's wealthy communities and poor communities. We have many of our surrounding Hampshire Regional, East Hampton, Springfield, Martha's Vineyard don't use any pesticides on their playing fields, and they seem to be able to manage to, I think they managed to play sports. So I think we learned a lot from Donna Lascalia. I appreciate her spreadsheet, but it doesn't really compare and contrast the costs of organic management and non-organic management. But I think there's a lot we can learn from. We have the Stonyfield grant at our disposal with the expert Chip Osborne to actually teach us, and some money for equipment. There's another course by Chip Osborne that for $40 per person, our school maintenance department could even start now and listen to the recordings of this 4-part class that he did. I think there's a lot of resources out there to help us. And what we're really talking about is, I hope not a 3-year transition period, but, a couple of years. This is COVID. We're in this deep in COVID. We're not talking about asking Dave Prue, our brand new athletic director, to go out and move our field hockey team to another field this year. We're prepping and planning and learning and getting the professional development we need to do it properly. But I just think there's so many other school districts near and further away doing this, that it just has to, and our own city, that it has to be, I believe it's doable.
You're muted.
Find your motion, Member Seraphy Cox, or are you still comfortable with your motion?
I think I'm still comfortable with my motion.
Okay, Member
And
Voss.
Well, I'm
Go
just
ahead,
going to
sorry.
clarify. I heard Member Seraphy Cox accept the friendly amendment, which means that the motion, as I understand, is refer to policy with the intent that it would be passed so that there isn't work done. Wherever you are, Member Seraphy Cox, do I have that right?
I mean, I feel like we are splitting the hairs that grow on the other hairs.
Okay.
Like this,
I wanted to add,
honestly, I just want to move to a vote on the motion itself. Right. And like, if we're referring it to a committee, the committee is going to do that work. So have your vote mean something.
Right. So I guess, having been to all these budget and property subcommittee meetings, which started before COVID, we've spent an enormous amount of work on this subcommittee. We've had numerous guests, 2 of them here tonight, and I don't want to relive all this with the whole committee. I think if we're sending it to policy, so I disagree with Member Gold, it's because we are committed to doing this, and let's get a policy that reflects our ordinance. And let's.
What do you disagree with me for? What did I do?
You wanted to, anyway, and I wanted to just make a couple other points about this, too. One, as Member Busansky said, there are numerous districts doing this. It's not clear to me they actually need to rest their fields very much. I think we need to get this CHIP person in here to help us. We have a grant. From everything we've heard, this is doable. It's being done in New York State. And the other thing is, for me, we need our kids to not be playing in pesticides, period. So it's not necessarily that we're going to spend all this extra money. The numbers that came from Donna Lascalia today didn't say what is the difference between what is spent now and what is spent to manage it organically. They don't show us how it gets cheaper as time goes by. And we have to fit athletics into a budget, and there might have to be decisions made so that we can afford to manage our fields in a responsible way where our kids aren't playing in this. So I think we need to move forward and work with the people who take care of the fields to get the pesticides out.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
Yep, thank you. So I'm all for voting to ban pesticides, but I got to say, and maybe you, Mayor Narkowitz, this it's just hard to ignore this $442,000. I know it probably, it's just there, and it makes a really strong statement. And we're talking if the, 5 or 6 teachers, this is a significant amount of money. This is the only thing that would hold me back. I mean, does it seem surprising to you? Were you involved in the city?
Yeah, I guess what I would caution you is that the director was asked to provide the cost for the municipal playing fields, not the school playing fields. So she was really asked for that data, and I think your hearing ended yesterday at 5:45, as you've said several times. So she provided the data as quickly as she could, but it's really it's the cost of what Florence Fields is a large facility.
Oh, yeah, good. No, good.
And not that doesn't include all the other fields, Sheldon Field and all the other playing fields. We also maintain Smith Fields and other fields. So I just think I don't think she was designing it to say that's how much it'll cost the school. She was just giving you the numbers of the increase relative to the city's costs.
Right. Fantastic. That's great to hear. I mean, that's my only reservation because it's such a substantial amount. So you're more or less verifying that she gave us an estimate on not exactly what we want to do, not even close to what we want. This is not about the high school playing field.
I don't think she was asked for an estimate on what it would cost to do the high school playing field. She was asked to provide numbers about what it costs, the city. So that's what she provided. Yeah.
Fair enough. That's great. Thank you. And if she can, or if somebody can provide more accurate information about what we're talking about, I just think that for me personally, that would be the only thing to hold me back. If it is a substantial amount of money, I get the transition. I think we need to make it. I get the upfront costs. I think we need to make it. I get all the points that people made. I agree with it. But at some point, it becomes not feasible financially. So I would expect the cost to be substantially less. I see Dr. Provost might have some information on that.
Yeah, I can help a little bit with that. So Donna shared with us yesterday that she's maintaining 31 acres of fields. The entire high school site is 35 acres, but you have to take out the school, you have to take out the land in front of the school, you have to take out the parking lot, you have to take out the track. So there are a lot, the space that would be represented by the high school is less than the amount of fields that she's maintaining.
Okay, thank you.
Member Gold.
And to add, and appreciate, thank you, Dr. Provost, that cost doesn't include the rotation and renting other fields. So there's a lot of unknowns. I have no idea what that costs, and that's sort of where I thought we are about another month away to know what it would cost to rent or find another field so we could apply this, because I have the same concerns you're sharing, Member Kaufman, that we might be talking about teaching positions for this one treatment that we do when kids are not even on the fields. So I just want to caution us that 3 to 5% of our annual budget is potentially what we're agreeing to.
Okay, Member Busansky.
Thank you, Dr. Provost, for just clarifying that the high school fields are a lot smaller than when you add together, Mains Field plus Ellerbrook plus Sheldon Field plus Florence Field, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate you making that clarification. I actually walked around the high school fields last night just to try and get a sense of size, and it's much, much smaller. But I just want to read from the Toxic Use Reduction Institute, because I do think they have some really good information on their website. And the question of, do organically managed natural grass fields need to have scheduled rest times? Do games need to be canceled for rain? No. Springfield, Marblehead, and Martha's Vineyard do not rest their fields and do not restrict play during particular seasons or rotate fields. When drainage is designed appropriately and soil is properly aerated and maintained, the soil is able to hold more rainwater, reducing puddling after rain. So I just think there's a lot for us to learn, and there's professional development, and we have money for that professional development. I think we've seen, I'm sorry, I got the report too late from Melissa to send around, but there is that 2010, and I will send it around after ask Annie if she will send it around after this meeting, but there's a Chip Osborne study from 2010, which is a cost comparison of conventional turf management and natural turf or organic turf management for school athletic fields that show that, much to Lisa's point, that it's actually a less expensive way for us to move forward in managing our fields. So will it cost a little more now? Possibly. Will it cost us less? Later on, yes, do we need to make the right decision for our children and for the future of our budget? So if we want to talk about our fiduciary responsibility, then I would actually argue that moving towards organic turf management is actually the responsible way to go. So I think we have the pieces in place to get this off the ground. We have the way the city ordinance reads, we have a 3-year transition period. So nobody is talking about upending everything immediately. We're talking about taking our time and learning and planning properly so we can do this well.
Okay, I noticed that, let's see, Member Busansky, okay, does the athletic director have one more thing to add? I'm not sure if that hand was from before or.
Yeah,
David?
it's just, yes, thank you. My only concern is like Rebecca just said, the field space is small. We don't have, I just want to reiterate that my lone concern is that we are able to upkeep the fields and are able to keep them in as good of condition as possible for our teams without the ability to move things around and rest fields. Referencing Springfield Central, they have a turf field. Football, soccer's, field hockey, they play in the turf. Lacrosse, they play in the turf. They're grass fields, basically, a sometimes practice facility and a baseball field. Like when we compare towns, everybody has different facilities, amount of fields, turf, not turf. Like we have a very specific situation where our fields get beat up a lot, and however this ends up going, hopefully there's the support to keep our fields in the best possible shape. And if that means added man hours and added care without the ability to rest the fields, hopefully we're able to do that, and we don't see a significant downturn in the playability of those grass fields on our high school site.
Thank you for making that point. Thank you. Similarly, Chip Osborne is from Marblehead, Massachusetts, and Marblehead High School has all turf fields as well. So similar situation. So the motion now before us then is on the table. It's been made and seconded. Are there any other questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Member Busansky.
Thank you. I just want to add, New York State, the entire state of New York, which is a lot bigger than Massachusetts and has a lot more public schools, is all managed without toxic pesticides, right? So, I just told you East Hampton, Hampshire Regional. There are a lot of examples, and sure, you can certainly come up with examples that where school districts that are using turf, but many more are managing it organically. And New York State is incredibly socioeconomically diverse. So we've got poor school districts, wealthy school districts playing field hockey on organic fields. They somehow have managed to really figure it out, and they're a pretty underfunded public school system as well. So I just think that whatever the notion is, anyway, that I don't know even know.
I just don't want you to misunderstand. I support moving to organics. I'm the one who moved the city to organics.
I understand then.
So I support that. Yeah,
and I
support it.
You brought it up in that last meeting. That's what led me to Donna Lascalia, and she's been incredibly helpful. So I really appreciate that.
So I'm ready to vote if everyone else.
Mayor, I just, because it was said a couple of times, I need to clarify something here. I too fully support it. I would love to make it happen. New York State, Rebecca, Member Busansky, has an exemption list. New York State, the one that we looked at, they have a list of exempted herbicides that districts can use. Our ordinance does not. So there's a very big difference between the whole state of New York is doing and what we're asking our school to do.
Well, I do want to add that our city ordinance does have exceptions. We don't call them exemptions, but we do have the exceptions for health and safety, emergency situations, etc. But Member Gold, with all due respect, even in the state of Massachusetts, we have many school districts. You can go on the IPM website. You can look at every single school district's IPM plan, and there are many school districts that do not use pesticides. There are many school districts in the state of Maine. There are many, I mean, we could just go on and on with the list. There's many school districts in Connecticut. So there's many examples of how to make this work. And I think we've seen the research from Chip Osborne, and Elisa Klein was kind enough to share with us the other studies about cost savings over time. And so I think it's, fair to move ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just want to clarify that what New York does is not what our ordinance does. That's all I'm saying. They're very different ordinances or policies.
Okay, are we ready to have the clerk call?
Adele has her hand up.
I just wanted to add my perspective. The way I read what's going on in New York is that what is exempted are non-toxic pesticides like vinegar and citric acid. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele.
Okay, so if we're ready to vote, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of referring this for development of a policy to align the school, essentially to align the schools with the city ordinance effectively. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
I abstain.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay. So Member Busansky, since that vote passed unanimous or nearly unanimously, I would assume we could have a relatively quick vote on the next measure endorsing House 458.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to add 2 pieces of information, and a thank you to Carol Horowitz, who has just been really helpful on this House bill. As she mentioned in public comment, both of our senator and our representative, state senator, state rep, have signed on to it. Our school union, NACE, has endorsed this bill. But I also want to just give a sense of timing, because I know that the superintendent last time, and you probably all noticed in reading the bill, that it's basically if it passes, it would have to be implemented within 6 months. But the bill wouldn't even pass at the earliest until next spring or summer. So we're even really talking about, if it was to pass, a year and a half from now to transition. So I just wanted to clarify that for folks. I also want to clarify, and I was confused that I thought there weren't any exceptions, but this actually does not cancel out section 6H. 6H will still be in effect, which is for emergency situation like human health situations like beehives and wasps' nests. So similar to the exceptions that we have in our city ordinance. So emergency situations. So I just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware of that, to me makes it even more possible in my own personal mind to vote for this. So I hope that's helpful information.
Great. So would you like to make a motion that the school committee endorse House Bill 458?
Yes, I would like to make a motion, but it's the wrong House bill. That's actually the House docket number, Mayor.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'd like to make the motion to endorse House Bill 926 relative to improving pesticide protection for Massachusetts school children.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I had to step away for a quick second. I did have the very briefest of things to say. If that's okay, still to make a comment over the discussion.
Well, a motion was made and seconded just to endorse this bill. So I'm not sure, is there something you wish to say about whether or not to endorse the bill?
Just to clarify, in the book, as Member Basanski was just sharing, it does, the bill is different than Northampton's ordinance, and I'm going to support the bill, but the bill allows EPA minimum risk pesticides, but I'm happy to support it. But the bill is different than our ordinance.
Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll then, please.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon. Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yep, yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
and Member Voss.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so that item is adopted. That motion is adopted. So I am now actually going to suggest, given the time and given the size of the agenda and how much we still have not completed on the agenda, that we actually move to, or someone make a motion that we postpone consideration of all other new business until our next meeting, and that we move into executive session, move back into executive session at this time. If somebody could just essentially make the motion to move in back into executive session, and we could just plan to adjourn from there.
We need to read the statement. Oh, Member Busansky's already got her hand up.
Member Busansky.
I just had a question if there was anything urgent before the start of the school year. That was all that we needed to address.
Dr. Provost.
Dr. Provost, you're on mute.
All right, the only real impacts I see are that some of the jobs that you have job descriptions for would not be posted immediately. They'd have to wait till September. I don't think any of those are critical to the running of the district, so I think it's fine that we defer all the rest of these items.
I mean, we can always, well, I think we would need to let the public know if we were coming back from executive session. So if we wanted to come back from executive session to do them, we could, but we need to know that going in. So unless there are any that are critical, my recommendation would be that we go to executive session, given the late hour, and that we do have something that has to be accomplished tonight in executive session. Unless, Dr. Provost, would you like us to take up any of these items?
I think that the only thing that the school committee has a contractual obligation to do is the level 3 grievance. So I think we should prioritize that and go into executive session. And then the rest of these, we can just wait till September.
Okay. Member Levy.
Request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, and Sections 21A3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if any open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body and the chair so declares, specifically to address a level 3 grievance filed by NACE concerning the employment status of one of a Unit A member, 2, negotiations regarding a new Unit A position. There needs to be an S removed there. 3, strategy with respect to an arbitration matter and prohibited practice charges pending at the Department of Labor Relations.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second. Second.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
and Member Gold.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the motion is adopted and the school committee will now move back into executive session because to hold these matters in public would be detrimental to the city's bargaining position. I would also just inform the public that we will adjourn directly from executive session and will not return to open session. So I would ask those people that do not have business before the school committee in executive session to please leave the meeting, move into the waiting room or to log off the meeting so that we can move into executive session. We'll also stop the recording when we move into executive session, I believe, but let's
recording
okay.
stopped.
Okay. So can someone scan the list and verify if where we are here? I'm not sure who PM is.
They're gone.
Okay.
They're gone.
So Cassie and Andrea. Okay.
Should Northampton Open Media still be on?
No, they shouldn't still be recording in executive session.
Or should they even be on the Zoom call?
No, I'm wondering, I'm giving her a second here.
Oh, I'm
Liz?
sorry. I put her in the waiting room. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Maybe she's, that's fine.
May have stepped away.
Subtle.
Yeah.
Northampton Open Media should be put in the waiting room.
Yep. Oh, there it is.
My